Okay, I just want to be clear. Hello. This is awkward. I was like, why is nobody responding to me? I guess I'll just keep talking. That's awkward. Okay, let me start over and repeat everything I just said for the last 2 minutes. And just so we're clear, did you hear at the beginning of the stream when I said, like, I'm sorry, I need like 2 more minutes? That's so awkward. I'm so sorry. God, what kind of streamer am I? No? Okay, that's so weird. Cause like, okay, so I'm gonna show you what I do. So my mic is on right now. I have a HyperX Quadcast. And when it's on, it's like lit up. It's like RGB lit up or whatever. But I can tap it and that'll mute it. And that's normally how I control when my mic is on and off, rather than doing it through Streamlabs. But for some reason, Streamlabs disabled it. So, yes, it's my fault, but whatever. Okay, let me start over. This is so embarrassing. E-Ray, thank you for the resubscription for tier 2 for 12 months. Holy shit. Also, I know one of the questions I answered before the song is over. This is from Horizon Forbidden West. It's called Shelter from the Storm. Put on some different video game music than usual just because I'm kind of sick of my other playlist. This is just like a random YouTube playlist that I hope will be fun. Okay. Gosh, what else did I say that I have to repeat? Basically, I just have a lot to say. I've done a lot the last couple days. I've been busy, and I have a lot I want to talk about and a lot I want to share, and even some stuff I want to get your advice on. And I have also been wanting to draw. This is my Elden Ring character. I recently beat Elden Ring. This is my Elden Ring character. Her name is Gemini, like the zodiac sign. And I'm really attached to her. I don't know why. I streamed when I made her. Oh, Megumi! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. That's so kind. Welcome to the stream and thank you. Is she an Aries? I don't know what her actual zodiac sign is, but we named her Gemini. Cause she's an astrologer build. Oh, I don't want vocals. Next song. Maple Story, Lith Harbor. Okay. Yes, this is Gemini. I made her on stream when I first streamed Elden Ring. And like many of my characters, I just made her pink. But I'm like, I beat the game last week. I'm like really attached to her. I don't know if it's just because I died so many times or like that beating Elden Ring is like kind of seen as such like an occasion that I'm just like, I don't know. And I want to draw her. I really want to draw her. I don't know. So this is sort of, if you don't know, I have a background in digital art a little bit. That's actually sort of where I got started, like being involved with streaming, is I would make emotes and profile pictures and stuff, panels for Twitch streamers. No, it doesn't include the DLC. I think I'll probably beat the DLC, or at least attempt to, in a couple weeks. But for now, no, I just beat like the Elden Beast and got my first ending. I got the ending with Ronnie. It just felt appropriate, you know, the Circle of Stars or the Age of Stars ending. It just felt appropriate with an astrologer glintstone build. Okay, anyway. What was I saying before that? Oh yeah, I have a background with art, digital art in particular, and I don't really draw as much anymore just because it takes a lot of time, and I don't know, but I wanted to do it. I wanted to draw Gemini. And when I draw, this is what I like to do, is I'm a little quirky. I like to make like this big reference image composition. So this is the pose reference I think we're gonna loosely go off of. It's by patreon.com/albanenici. I don't know, but credit to them, and if I post this anywhere, I will be crediting their pose as well. This is the default astrologer outfit. I think I'm gonna adjust it. Most of what I wore during the game was the blue like Rhea Lucaria robes, but I don't want to just give her straight up like Rhea Lucaria clothes. So I think I'm just gonna like go with this because I like the turtleneck, obviously, the chain, and like the lacy like sleeves. I don't like the brown and the black though. It's just kind of boring. So I think I'm gonna make it like navy-ish. This is the staff that I used. And then these are just some reference images for like her face, her colors. She has this like sunburst tattoo on her forehead. And I think I'll probably just I'll cover her in blood because she's covered in blood most of the time. But yeah, that's what we're gonna do. And hopefully, I used to stream myself drawing often. I wouldn't stream myself doing the sketching process because it's embarrassing and it takes a long time. But I just wanted to go live. And so I figured we're just gonna start. I literally have like a completely blank canvas right here. You love Alvin and Neshi, their posts are so fun. Yeah, I was scrolling through their Twitter for like a solid like 20 minutes, I think, just trying to find one that I liked. And I think what I'm thinking, okay, I don't like that I can't have multiple things open at once, so I'm just gonna put this in the corner. What I'm thinking is, what kind of tablet do I use? I have a jillyeon Inspiroi. I'm not sure, like a very low-end drawing tablet. And then this is Paint Tool Sai, which if you're looking for a drawing software, I recommend Sai. I've been using it since like the 7th grade. Obviously I like it, but if you were to like start brand new, I would probably suggest Clip Studio Paint. It just has better features, I think, than Sai. And like the only reason why I haven't made the switch is just because the learning curve for like drawing programs is so steep. Enjoyed the YouTube video? Hell yeah, that's another thing. Thank you for the reminder. I uploaded a YouTube video today from last week's stream, the Death Sounds Olympics whatever stream. I uploaded that today for members only for the first 24 hours. I'm trying this new thing where apparently a lot of YouTubers say that members only videos, if you like just make them like exclusive for like a day, it'll work. So anyway, let me show you what I'm thinking for like how this final piece is gonna work. And in the meantime, how are your guys' days? I know it's kind of like the middle of the day. Okay, we'll worry about the facial perspective. I really struggle with facial perspective, so we'll worry about that in a second. For now, I just want to show you what my idea is. Okay, you just have to give me a second. It's been a minute since I've drawn, honestly, anything, let alone on stream. But yeah, I know it's the middle of the day. That was one thing that I sort of remarked upon when I was muted, is I was like, there's way more of you here than I thought there would be for the middle of the day random drawing stream. But I guess I gotcha with the vassal shit. Everyone wants to be a vassal. And that's okay. We can all be vassals in the Jillyeon Empire. It's 2 a.m. It's 7 p.m. Okay. Wow. Hello, that one's Zar. I'm not sure. Hello. I should know how to say it by now. What the hell is this song? God of War. No, I don't want that. I don't want God of War. Killer Instinct theme, 2013. Okay. Maybe this one's fine. 2 a.m. here in Australia. Why are you guys up at 2 a.m. on a Wednesday/Thursday? Okay, so what I'm thinking is we just have like one arm just kind of like flopped down, like you see in the pose. Like just like bleh. And then the other one, I like how it's extended. You missed the first few minutes of stream. Did you say anything important? I was actually muted for most of it, so you tell me. Okay. It's kind of intense music for drawing, but whatever. Oh, I was on the wrong layer. Fuck! Just, if my sketching looks weird or awkward, by the way, just like don't comment on it. Insomnia? No, I get that. You can't see your eyes behind the statue. Yeah, sorry. It's a very lazy hat, honestly. But hopefully none of you are dying to redeem Blink today, because that would be behind the mask. We're drawing my Elden Ring character. Her name is Gemini. Here, I'll write it for all of us, so we can all remember. Chansey! Thank you for the follow. Chansey is one of my favorite Pokemon. I absolutely love it. Gemini, and I'll put the little Gemini symbol. There we go. Some of you might have been there when we made her. I did not expect to like her so much, but I'm attached to her, my little tarnish. She's just my Elden Ring character, my Elden Ring tarnished. Okay, how did they do this? That waist is a little too snatched, but it's okay. We'll figure it out. It's okay. I'm just trying to give you the idea for now. Okay, so that's like the rough outline of the pose. I figure her, like, we'll have one braid go down this way and one braid kind of like fall behind her. She'll kind of be looking off to the side forlornly. And then she's got like flowy sleeves. That's kind of why I picked this pose, is because I feel like it's real flowy. So flowy sleeves like that. Don't worry, this makes sense to me, even if it doesn't make sense to you. That sounded more pretentious than I meant it to. Just, I'm a very messy sketcher. I don't know what I'm gonna do with the legs, with the like kind of skirt. I probably should have figured that out, but I'll worry about that later. But I want to put her staff in this hand. And then behind her, I want to put either the moon, this is the moon, or like an astrological wheel. But the idea is I want there to be like a circle behind her that she's kind of taking up. Does that make sense? Save? Okay, I'll save my drawing. That's what I'm thinking composition-wise. Maybe I'll like, got some Sailor Moon vibes, yeah. I mean, okay, so the ending that I did, I think you know, I did the Age of Stars ending where you kind of like go with Ronnie the Moon Witch, and then Glintstone Sorcery, which is what I did the build off of, is very like tied to, I don't know, why not the Gemini astrological symbol in the back? Well, that might work. It just seems a little, I don't know, maybe. We'll worry about that later. That can be a good background. I liked the kind of circle, almost like you're hanging in the circle motif. And have her sitting on a giant 2, or II, like sitting on the Gemini symbol. It does work composition-wise, but I don't know. Oh gosh, this is gonna be rough. I'm not good at sketching. My favorite parts by far are line art and coloring. The actual drawing parts. Got some wisdom teeth out a few days ago. I haven't got mine out, no. I think because I'm like 23, honestly, if I haven't gotten them out this far, like, I'm probably chilling. But my teeth have been hurting me lately. So, I don't know. Okay. I don't know why I start with a circle. I'm honestly gonna be looking at the reference pretty clearly, because I'm not good at facial perspective and shit. I'm good at drawing yearbook, head facing forward, eyes straight ahead. Dentistry. If I did get my wisdom teeth out, I feel like I am contractually obliged as a content creator to go live under the drug, under the laughing gas. But I'd be scared. I'd be like, hi, my name is Jillian. I live at XYZ location. You guys know that W Place thing? I really want to learn how to draw like a easy to discourage and also great activity tips on how to get better. Okay, I'll get back to this tangent in a second. But for that, I will say, I think the quickest I ever improved at drawing was when I not only posted my art on the internet, like often, but also followed just like a ton of artists. And I was constantly, every time I went on social media, I would look at like what other artists were posting, and I would get like inspired by what they were doing, by their styles, and just constantly being exposed to all this digital art and all the different styles and stuff. And then also a little bit of like the pressure of, okay, well, I want to keep up, I want to build this following. I think that's when I improved the quickest. This would have been when I was like a teenager, so like kind of just a time when your brain is predisposed to you know, improving shit, but anyway, that's my advice for that. Hopefully that's a decent advice. I mean, a lot of people will say, like, do studies, you know, all that, but I really do believe in the power of just, like, sort of exposing yourself. It's sort of like how, like, watching good streams, like, will make you a better streamer. Like, same philosophy. Okay, this is too cartoony. I know it's, like, my style, but I want it to be a little bit more realistic. I'll worry about that in a second. Anyway, back to the W Plays tangent. So I've been having a lot of fun with it. This is the problem. I want to tell you guys what I made, and I want to show you guys what I made, but I made the mistake of just putting them by my house. And so I can't. Or else I'll be like, just look where I live. Isn't this cool? But it is fun to really watch what people are doing, and like something about the like waiting to, because like obviously you can just do pixel art, right? Like you don't need a internet map to do pixel art, but something about the like having to wait and making like your pixels really count. Well, if you haven't checked it out, highly recommend wplace.live. It's really cute. It's like Reddit's Our Place, except it's on a map. Tell us a place you could put jillyeon art there. No, it's okay. What would you make? Just the little icon? That was one thing. So in the video I have up right now for members, if you want to watch it now, but it'll be up tomorrow, is I tried to do like a couple little like drawings, because there are times when I just like don't know what to put on screen. And so I'll just like, I don't know. I mean, I can draw. You built a big challenge in your hometown? What kind of challenge, or is that a typo? It's very fun. I'm trying to, so I will say the art that I've already made, I just sort of copied like video game sprites that I like. Now I'm trying to do more of an original art, and it's hard, because not only like I want to be able to like erase and do shit over and all that. Someone put a large blue dot over your house. When I first logged on, there was a giant, like the only thing nearby me was Gaster from Undertale, and that was very creepy. But it's interesting to see, like, okay, there's a lot more dorks around here than I thought. Like, it's easy to get caught up in thinking everybody is normal, but no, apparently there's a lot of Deltarune fans around me, or someone I want to tell you what people are building near me, but then you can just go to, like, if you know where I live, you can just scroll and be like, oh, okay, so she lives around here. The limited color palette, yeah. With video game sprites, it's kind of like, whatever. But yeah, I'm trying to do an original piece now, and I'm like, well, fuck. You kind of you have to plan it. It's very fun. Hello, Shrimp Fry the Rice. Okay. How is that looking? It's still very rough. It's okay. The way that I like to sketch is I'll do like 30, not 30, but like a bunch of different sketches until I find one I like. Not until I find one I like, but just until I'm happy with it. And so like this will be very rough. This is kind of gross. Don't worry. The one after, it'll look better. And the one after that, it'll look better. Jillian says Deltarune fans aren't normal. I don't think this is a hot take. Forgive me. Okay, so Gemini has very, like, messy bangs. I know this is, like, the default Elden Ring hair, but we're gonna go with it. I'm gonna give her just, like, extremely messy little pink hair. You muted Deltarune on social media? That's a good call. I mean, unless... Yeah, that's a good call. Homestuck, did you see they're making an animated series and Toby Fox is fucking voicing in it? Isn't that crazy? I was looking at it, someone posted, sort of like in celebration, or I don't even know. Twitter, every couple days, Twitter will decide that I'm interested in like some new fandom or whatever, and recently it's been Overwatch and Homestuck. Twitter's like, Jillian, you need to see this stuff. And so someone posted chat logs between Dave Strider, and I don't even remember. It was just like, look how funny Dave is. And he was always my favorite character in Homestuck. I mean, I admittedly, I liked a lot of them. But he was like by far my favorite. And I was like, wait, do I want to reread Homestuck? The answer is no, and the answer is absolutely not. I have far too much going on to commit to reading this web series that I've already read that is not good. But it was just funny. I had that, like, it was like the most intrusive thought possible. I don't know. And as I understand it, it's like kind of hard to read now. I actually don't know. I read it on my phone mostly, and I just remember it killed my battery so fast. Alright, fuck. I need to figure out what I'm gonna do about these legs. Maybe I can just alter this? They took down the Homestuck archive. Yeah, so do you need to, like, pay now? Okay, I almost want to, like, turn my screen off until I'm done with this sketch. I'm so embarrassed at how this is looking. And I'm not saying that for, like, attention. I'm saying that, like, in case you're like, why is she streaming herself drawing if she's bad? Like, don't, just give me a second. You wrote the word Yuri next to your school. Cool, good job. I don't think anyone had written anything by my high school, but that's because my high school is, like, in the middle of a city, but haven't been checking that much. Part of you is curious too about Homestuck? Or just in general? Okay, why is this waist so snatched? What would happen if it was just like flowing dress? There, bam, sketch complete, done. No. We can maybe do that. Maybe that'll work. Because this is a leg. Stop doxing yourself. I know! It's so hard, because, like, I want to tell you. I don't know. I feel like I'm just, like, talking to, like my friends or my mom or something, but no. I'm worried I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and there's gonna be, like a, I don't know, something just fucking over my house. No, I'm not gonna finish that thought. Hello, Octor-H. To learn what Homestuck is. Honestly, I couldn't even tell you. Like, I was one of those kids who I really only just watched it, or not watched it, I really only read it because I was so intrigued by the characters and, like, the format and just, honestly, kind of the fandom. Like, I didn't really care that much about the story, and I still kind of don't. Alright, can I skip this with my stream deck? I can. Let's go. Sorry, I'm sure it's a great song, I just don't want vocals right now. Okay, how would this look? I know it's probably not anatomically correct, but just give me a second. Just give me a second to worry. Just like if I were to do the dress would have to like go over the leg, and then we have it go like that. Does that look fine? It could work if I fix the legs, but then if I don't know. What do chili gems do? / what are they for? You honestly can't really do much with them now. I kind of removed a lot of the fun redeems. I'm gonna try and think of some other ones, but basically they just accumulate depending on how long you watch my stream for and like how engaged you are. Like if you chat or subscribe, I think you get more or whatever. I feel like this hand needs something, or maybe I can just, I don't know, I'll figure it out. And like, you can like redeem, like, save if I'm playing something, hydrate, I'll have some Diet Coke. What happens when you pick the Pokemon battle? I'll fight you in Pokemon Showdown. Oh yeah, the Homestuck soundtrack. I totally forgot about that. Hold on. I'll allow the phrase blow them. Wait, it's a book? Oh no, Homestuck is a like a web comic. It's honestly like a very interesting piece of artwork. It's funny that it spawned everything that it has. Like it's not, when I say web comic though, like it's not like a webtoon. What happened to my pencil? Oh, it's because my opacity's down. That's why. The perspective on that face is rough. Thank you. Yeah, I know. I'm working on it. Um, but I don't know. I'd say if you're interested in Homestuck, you're probably okay. Unless the web series like makes it big, like we're talking like K-pop Demon Hunters type big, where it's like, oh, okay, this is like the biggest, you know, show or movie in the world or whatever. Like maybe okay, then you can figure it out. But for now, I think you're okay. Not mention K-pop. This is so embarrassing. I'm like, oh my god. So I did not think I would like K-pop Demon Hunters as much as I did. I put off watching it for a while because I was just kind of like, whatever. It made me very emotional for one thing. And then, so on Sunday, it was my sister's birthday. And we went out with her friend. We went to the Rainforest Cafe, which was very interesting. And we went out with her friend and like, when I use this word, when I say this word, I don't mean it in like any kind of like derogatory way. My sister and her friend are like very much normies, you know, like there's no reason why her friend should like, you know what I mean? Like they're like, she's like in a sorority. She's like, you know, just like basic girls, whatever. And somehow K-pop Demon Hunters came up. I think because she was like just telling my sister about it. She was like, yeah, I watched it. It actually wasn't that bad at all. And I was like, oh my god, you've seen K-pop? And she was like, yeah, it was so good. And we're talking about it and she's like, I liked the music. I thought the romance was cute. Like whatever. And so we're in the car. And I'm like, cause so me and her are talking about it and my family are like, what the heck is this movie that like Jillian and Rowan's friend are both so excited about? Like what could possibly, like I had already told my dad a little bit about it cause he was curious. Like we opened up Netflix to watch, I think we watched Happy Gilmore, and while I was looking for Happy Gilmore, K-pop Demon Hunters came up because it's like the top movie or whatever. Anyway, so I'd already told my dad a little bit about it. And so we're telling him, and we're in the car, and I'm sitting at the front. And so I can control the music, and I put on Golden. Because I was like, this is like the song. This is like, it's probably, did you guys know, the people are thinking it's going to be nominated for an Academy Award? Which would be only the second time I think that a Korean songwriter had ever been nominated for an Academy Award. Not that it's already happened, but just that like people are thinking it's gonna happen. There are less than 20 rainforest cafes in North America. Okay, well I've said what city I live in the past, so I'm not extremely doxing myself here. Anyway, the way this story ends, and the reason why I said it was so embarrassing, is that, so the song comes on, and as the song is on, I'm like trying to like explain to my family, who admittedly like have a lot of tolerance for like the weird shit that I'm into, like they don't care, but as Golden is I start like tearing up. I'm like, no, like you don't get it. It's like the culmination of like a decades-long attempt to like protect the world, and like the way that this song evolves and what it means to each of them. There's like the line that's like, I forget what it is exactly. It's when Mira is singing, it's like, called a problem child, I was too wild, and now it's how I'm getting paid. Like, I was like, no, you don't get it. I don't know. I've been crying a lot lately. I think it's because I'm off my antidepressants, but like, fucking everything makes me cry. Out of all the people out there, why are people trying to dox me? But yes, have you been to one of my streams before, or are you new here? Not that that's like an established, like, oh yeah, people are trying to dox me type shit, but I'm just wondering. Honestly, the fact that I'm a woman on the internet who doesn't show her face is enough, but still. I also make it pretty easy. Anyway, because I got too wild, but now it's like, isn't that so, like, I don't know. I know it's fictional, but like, there's people out there who are like, oh my gosh, You're so embarrassed, getting goosebumps, but it's so good, and the songs are so, like, even like the intro sequence when they're just like, when you don't even know anything about them yet except that they're a K-pop like girl group or whatever and they fight demons. Like the intro fighting sequence where they all have their weapons and they're singing and it's stuff. It's so cool. It's so, I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it. Face reveal when you're Tell your girlfriend to fucking respond to me on Discord, TJ. I sent her a very urgent story and she did not respond. I could text her, but I wanted to type it out. Maybe we could watch it. She's like, that explains your spot. Yeah, it's fucking. Did you know the K-pop Demon Hunters soundtrack? 7 of the 13 songs charted on Spotify, and Huntrix and the Soulja Boys, despite being fictional groups, have become the top charting K-pop bands in America ever. Like, they've eclipsed BTS and Blackpink and all of them. She barely responds to me. What is K-pop Demon Hunters? It's an animated movie on Netflix. And it's pretty much exactly what it says on the tin. It's about a K-pop girl group and they fight demons with the power of music. Oh, hi, Casual. You let one of your coworkers control the music at work and she immediately... It's very catchy as well. Like, K-pop, I think, as a whole, I like it because... So I kind of have, like, a jangling keys kind of, like, media consumption habit, you know? If something has, like, hype moments and aura, honestly, or if it sounds visually interesting, or if it looks cool, like... I will honestly fall for it. By the way, Angel302 Galaxy, thank you for the follow and the hydrate. I will take a sip of Diet Coke. And I don't know. So the honeymoon is sealed. Post Lala Blues is hitting her. How's your mini doing with that? She's good. It was her birthday this past week, so she got to still be obnoxious and be like, it's my birthday, we're gonna do this, you have to do this, you know, Leo shit. And she also goes back to college soon, so I think she's just trying to get all of her friends together before she leaves and everything. Damn, alright, I guess you're getting Netflix again. Okay, I'm not suggesting this, I'm just telling you this, that in our current internet landscape, even though it's illegal, and I can't believe people do this, it's very easy to find illegal copies of movies online. I don't know where people are finding them. I don't know why they would do that when we could spend money on corporations that already make billions of dollars. But I'm just letting you know that movies such as this can perhaps be found. What's the statue on my face? It's from Elden Ring. So in Elden Ring, there's like this like magic school, and for some reason that honestly I should probably know, all the like initiates and all the higher ups, they all wear this like weird stone face, and this one is from an NPC that you actually meet like during the quest. And I kind of like her because she, in my head, like when I'm thinking of the lore that I built up for my character, like my character like did her whole quest line and everything. I don't know. Selin, yeah. She calls us tadpole. She's her quest line. People were like, "You have to do her quest line. It's so good." And I was like, "Okay." I was like, "Oh, this is weird." But yeah. So anyway, that's whose hat I borrowed for today. You posted the entire Five Nights at Freddy's movie on Discord like 2 hours after it came out. Did you see that there was like, someone just posted the entirety of Deltarune as like a Discord, like, what is this song? This is more fucking God of War. I don't want God of War music. I already listened to this song. What's this? Tropical Resort from Sonic Colors. All right, Casual, if you're still here, this one's for you. My sister saw your art, said, "Oh, thank you." It's turning out a little more anime than I wanted it to, but that's okay. There you go, there he is. Casual, how are you? Casual, actually, I know how you are, and that reminded me of a story that I would like to tell you guys. Okay, so I have a couple stories that the reason why I went live today is because I feel like, and why I'm drawing, is because I feel like I've done a lot in the last couple days that like makes for good storytelling. So, like I said, Sunday was my sister's birthday, and we went to the Rainforest Cafe, and that was crazy. That was fun. It was awesome. Rainforest Cafe. Everyone we met there, every single waiter, every host, they were all very nice. They were all so weird. And I was like, do you guys think just like working at a Rainforest Cafe like makes you weird? Anyway, so that was what I did Sunday. And then also, so I don't know about you guys, but like I kind of hate my birthday. Like that's just something that's happened as I grow older. I think part of it has to do with the fact that my birthday is January 6th, the day of the insurrection. But part of it is just that it's like right at the beginning of the year, like when I was like in school, I feel like a lot of people forgot about it. Oh, hi, Webby. You don't actually have to check the message that I sent you anymore because I'm going to tell the story probably in about like 20 minutes. But like, I don't know, I just never really liked my birthday. It's weird. The beginning of the year, it just gets lumped into Christmas, like whatever. But my sister, also, I think I just like don't really like attention. Well, that's not true. I love attention. But like birthday attention is very weird. Okay, hold on. I need to pause. I'm gonna send you like one of the few pictures I found online. Amanda. Just give me a second, okay? Sorry, I'll get to this story in a second. Okay, sorry. I'll get to, I know you're all on the edge of your seat. Streamer doesn't like attention. Yeah, let me rephrase that. Birthday attention is like, it just feels very stupid. Like I'm just reaching out because I have to. Like I don't care. I don't want you to, like I don't want to check in with you. Like if you actually want to talk to me, like I appreciate it, but like I don't know. All this to say, my sister is very different. My sister loves her birthday. She wants everyone to know it's her birthday, to the point where like, so we always like go out to dinner on my birthday and whatever. Like we will tell the waiters like it is my sister's birthday so that they come out and like sing to her and like do all that, even if it's like my birthday, just because I don't like that attention. But she like, we're very different. The same birthday as my best friend. It's okay. It's a good birthday if you forget the like, you know, attempted coup. People actually like I don't know if she likes the waiters singing. I think she just likes that kind of attention. And like, I like attention, but like a different kind of attention. You know what I'm saying? The kind where you come to my Twitch stream and listen to me tell this story while I draw my Elden Ring character. So, it's her birthday on Sunday, as I've said a dozen times, and one of the things that she wanted to do was she wanted to like, we literally like went to the mall and we just saw like how much free stuff we could get by like registering with loyalty programs, or even just like showing up and like telling the workers like, it's my birthday, can I get anything for free? And so we went to like Yankee Candle, she got a free candle. We went to Bath and Body Works, she got like a free like room spray. Starbucks, you get a free drink. Sephora and Ulta, you get like a free sample. Where else did we go? Like we just kind of went around seeing what would happen. So that was what I did on Sunday. And I don't remember why I told you this. Saturday, I went to a YouTube creator event. So I'm a YouTube partner, which honestly, I don't really know how that happened. Like Twitch, you have like kind of the YouTube partner or the Twitch partner program where you have to get so many viewers or whatever. I don't know how, but I'm a YouTube partner. And I got invited to this like creator collective event type thing that they host. And what it was was we basically just like met up, like me and a bunch of other like mostly I think smaller scale or like my size creators. Like it's not like fucking like Ludwig was there or PewDiePie or anything like that. And we just like had drinks at this like Nashville like coffee shop, and then we all went to this telecast for Stand Up to Cancer, which is a charity who I think does work with like YouTube and stuff. And for some reason we were all invited. We had like our own section of the audience. Thank you for the sub with Prime, Webby. I appreciate it. Thank you for using it on me instead of Hassan. So I went to this YouTube creator event and I got to talk with all these other creators, and it was funny because like most of them weren't gaming creators, and they'd be like, Jillian, like, or it's nice to meet you, like, what do you do? Like, what kind of content do you make? And I'd be like, it's very complicated. I don't actually want to tell you. And then like you pull up my YouTube and my last video is like, how many times can I cannibalize the Pope in one Crusader King stream? So that was very fun. The actual broadcast, okay. Nobody leaked this. I actually don't know how much I'm allowed to say, but I got to sit in, and it was hosted by like Sheryl Crow, who's like a country singer. And the fucking Jonas Brothers were there. Like it was at like a concert venue. Like it's not like I met them or was face to face with them or anything, but it was a charity telecast basically, where it was just like talking about cancer survivors, talking about cancer research, whatever. And they would have like random performers come, most of whom were like, I would say like really big country stars who most people like don't really care about outside of like living in Nashville. But the fucking Jonas Brothers were there, and they like opened it up, and I had no idea they were going to be there. And I was not like a fan of the Jonas Brothers. Like I kind of never had that like camp rock High School Musical phase, even though I was the right age for it. Like I just never really watched. I just don't think I watched Disney Channel that much. Like I think I was I almost said I was busy reading, but that's true. Like I would go home and I would like read Magic Tree House, and like my friends would be like, Jillian, did you see the Cheetah Girls? Well, they actually weren't my friends because I didn't see the Cheetah Girls. And I'm like, no, I'm sorry. Or they'd be like, oh my gosh, I want to go to Camp Rock. And I'm like, do you want to talk about Junie B. Jones? Like, I don't know. It's just, I just missed out on that. So I never was like a fan of the Jonas Brothers, but like seeing them in person and like very close, this was a smaller venue, I was like, oh my God, like this is so bizarre, especially because like it's one thing if you go to a concert expecting to see the Jonas Brothers, but I was not expecting to see the Jonas Brothers, and then they were there. Okay, what if I did like one leg extended? This is why I wanted to stream. This is why I don't normally sketch, because I'm a terrible artist and I need to do everything 30 times. Does that look decent? I don't like the face. Her face is too round. No, that looks bad. It looks terrible. It looks bad and awful, and I'm a terrible artist. I'm sorry, I don't mean that. Do you have a messy bun? Yeah. I had a messy bun, and my mom said, Jillian, we're selling you to the Jonas Brothers. And I said, I don't even know who that is. Not like other girls are. Okay, hold on. I need to give her tattoo. She's just too anime to be Gemini. Like, when I think about Gemini, I think of like the very, like, I guess realistic Elden Ring. Well, not super realistic, but I think about the Elden Ring style. And like, my own style is very anime. I'll worry about it. The calf needs to be rounder. Well, don't worry about this leg. This leg is just so I can figure out the pose. Ugh. I don't know what to do. I think the dress is fucking me up. I don't know. I just want to get rid of all of it. I don't want to do it anymore. I'm bad. I don't like it. I haven't played Nightwing. I was gonna play it with Pick of Marshall, but those bozos don't play on PC. It's fun to draw while someone else is. There's a word for that, and there's like a whole genre of Twitch streamers who their whole thing is like, study along with me, and it's just like you feel more motivated to do something if you can watch someone else do it. Even cut in half. We could also like really just like throw it out there and do like big billowy fabric, but that's a little bit more dramatic than what I was going for. I was just going for like chillin', actually. Do I like that? Do I like how that looks? And then... parallel play. Okay, hold on. I need to figure out where her body is. I don't know. This is why I love drawing when people are standing straight face, staring at the camera, no pose. But unfortunately, that's not visually interesting. That's why I love when you're live when I'm working. Yeah, I'm surprised there's as many people here as there are today. I figured most of you would be working, but maybe that's exactly why there's so many of you here. Having a good time. Well, good. And I haven't even gotten to the story that really made me want to stream. The story that I sent to Libby. Body doubling. That's the word I was looking for. I actually did like a whole presentation on it for my marketing program, because I kind of was just talking about like unconventional ways that people stream on Twitch, and one of them, as I mentioned, body doubling. And it's also a way that they say like remote workers, like you can get work done. Gosh, what do I do with the fucking legs? I just draw them straight out. Lying on the ground. It's called unemployment. There's a little bit of that too. But okay, so with that, we get into the story that I've been hyping up. So, some of you might know, this summer I've been helping out with like a startup around here. Around here being Nashville. I'm not gonna say which one, but one of my jobs that I sort of have for them, in addition to like doing their social media, is I've been helping out run a podcast. And just sort of like my job for that is I don't like do the podcast, you know, I'm not like on screen or anything. Meanwhile, I'm just gonna try and figure out these damn legs. And so if you see me draw something that looks extremely broken, just don't worry about it, okay? I'll get to it eventually, and if I don't, then you can draw it yourself. Sorry, I'm mad about that person who said the facial perspective looked bad, because like I think that's like one of the one things I have going right now that like doesn't look like shit. Hope you're getting paid. I am. Yeah, I am getting paid, thankfully. I already did work at another startup, and I did not get paid for that, and it was a valuable experience, but not in terms of money. Anyway, so I help out with this podcast, and one of my jobs, I edit it. I pretty much, like talk to the guests. I find a good time. I help out, like write like the questions that I think will make a good short. I'm kind of all over it, but I'm not actually like interviewing. Oh, that was W Place. I was like, what was that noise? I'm full of W Place pixels. Okay, I'll worry about that when I'm done streaming. I think you guys heard it too, because I'm playing with my browser sound open. Okay, and so I'm helping out with this podcast, and we're on like our like 5th-ish episode, I think. And what sort of happens is like whenever they record in person, I still show up. I don't really know why. Like they don't need me to be there. I think it's just a way of like making me feel more involved, because honestly, and like meeting the other guy I work with face to face, because like I met him through the business school that I went to, and he's still at school, but I'm not. Gosh, what do I do about the fucking legs here? I think I like the like bend, if I can get that to work with the billowy fabric. Okay, so I'll work on that. I honestly don't really need to be at these, but I go to the in-person recordings, and I just kind of sit there. I take a couple notes, and I listen in, and then, like, if so far it hasn't happened, but you know how, like, most podcasts will have, like, a Jamie, you know, like a how the Joe Rogan, how they have Jamie, where it's like, Jamie, can you Google, like, XYZ, like, in case one of the guests wanted to like Google something or wanted to show one of the others, one of them, like I would pull it up and I would show them. That's probably, I think, why I don't know. So we had a recording today, and the last couple guys that we've had on the podcast, you know, they've been cool, but the one that we had today, he was very nice, and he was very cute, in my opinion. And I'm saying this in the hopes that that the guy that everyone involved I think they know I stream. They don't know my username. They don't know any of that. Yeah, I'm like Jarvis. I'm like Zipper, basically, except they haven't used me once. So the guy's very cute, whatever. And I sit there, and what I'm doing pretty much the entire time they're talking is I'm trying to come up with a thumbnail for the video that I just uploaded today. Actually, does that look okay? Wait, pause. Did I accidentally... Does that work? This is a crazy way to try and get his attention. No, shh. Story's not over yet. If he does somehow, if this manages to get a hold of it, I will be shocked. But anyway, so, and the whole time I'm thinking like, wow, this guy's very cute. He's very nice. Like during the podcast, like he spoke a little bit about like his family and like his approach to like music. And I was like, wow, he seems like a very nice guy. And not that we've like recorded with like just straight up like assholes before, but I'm not meaning to insinuate that at all, but I was just like, wow, this will make a good episode, and he seems like a nice guy. So after the fact, first of all, also, no, it's not one of the Jonas Brothers. I got there late, and I was really stressed. I was in a terrible mood this morning. If you don't know, my fucking mom drives me to like things sometimes, because I can drive, and I do drive, but this one was like in the city, it was far away. I didn't want to drive, and so I was like, I was gonna have my mom drive me, but like she was running late, and then I was annoyed because like she didn't have to do anything, and I was like, what the heck, we talked about this last night. So I was just annoyed. I hate being late, especially because like I said, like they were like waiting for me. Like I don't need to be at this podcast at all. And so they were waiting for me. On the way there, I got stuck behind a train. So in addition to like already being late, I was even later because this fucking train. So anyway, so I'm just pissed. I'm in a bad mood. I also like, normally I dress up for these. This one, I think because it was like an earlier morning recording and then I was up really late last night, like I literally just put on like my favorite hoodie and like leggings. Like I normally try and be like pretty business casual at these. No, I decided to dress down for this one. And of course the guest is really fucking cute. And I get there and he's like, I'm like, hi, like I'm Jillian, like I'm the one you've been corresponding with. Cause like, I don't know if I've really used my name in any of the stuff that I've messaged him. Like I think I've just used like the company title or like the social media account or whatever. So I'm like, hi, I'm the one you've been messaging. And he's like, yeah, thank you. Like you've been doing a great job. Like, thank you. So they do the podcast. Also, one other thing, I'm sorry to keep distracting. I'm a terrible storyteller. Gosh, it's crazy that this is my career. Oh, one other thing also about Gemini, just to put an entirely other tangent really quick. I always had her dogs out. Not for any weird reason, just because I did light armor and I didn't want to put boots on. So she's gonna be barefoot. Don't worry about it. I'm not doing that for any like weird reason. It's just like her feet were out. Can you see in any of the pictures? No. It's because I liked to do the light armor. Did you also have a messy bun? No. But my hair also looks like shit because I straightened it on Sunday. And then I've been like trying to like, whenever I straighten it, you know, you're not supposed to like wash your hair every day or whatever. I straightened it, maybe it was Monday. I don't know. I straightened it earlier in the week. And then I've been trying to like keep it straight, but it like wasn't straight and I didn't have time to like run it through over the, so it's like a little frizzy. I literally like before I left, I was like, this looks so bad. I'm gonna put a hat on. And I'm not a hat person. I don't wear hats ever, baseball hats. So as we're doing this introduction, I'm gonna start over with another sketch, by the way. Sorry, I'm not done yet. Hopefully you didn't come to this expecting to see some like stellar coloring or whatever. This song is distracting me. I need to take a break. I need to take a breath. How many fucking God of War songs are on this playlist? Oh my god. Next. It's the same song that keeps playing. Did someone just add the God of War song like 30 times? Okay, we already listened to this song. Hold on. Let me find a good song. I need the chill, cute song. Here, Hades. There we go. Put out some Skrillex? No, I don't wanna get copyrighted. Yeah, I do art. I have done art in the past, and I'm doing it now. You think her face is cute? I agree, but like, I don't think of Gemini as like a cute character. I don't know. Maybe I'll keep with it. Maybe she is cute, and I'm only seeing it now for the first time. Okay. Hold on, what does that say before you do art? You come to this stream expecting nothing. Okay. So I'm wearing a fucking hat. I'm in a hoodie. I'm in leggings. I'm late. I get there, and I'm in my head thinking like, they're probably so annoyed that I'm late that I made them wait, and I'm just gonna sit here and do nothing. And the guy who like runs the podcast, the guy who like actually does the interviewing and stuff, he's like the main guy. He's the guy who hired me and everything. He's like, oh, and here's Jillian, like she's the greatest editor in the world. And I was like, okay. Like, I don't want to be falsely modest or anything. Like, I do think I'm a good video editor. I just don't think he knows, because most of the editing that I do for like the podcast or even for the social media stuff is like extremely minimal. Like, I do some color correcting, I do some cutting, I do some audio, you know, adjusting. I'm not doing fucking motion graphics out here, anything like that. But I feel like with my own YouTube videos, getting better at editing, and it's one of the things that I kind of pride myself on, is like turning stream highlight, whatever. So I'm like, oh, psh, it's fine. And he sees the hat that I'm wearing, and I'm wearing a Stanford hat. And he's like, Stanford grad, I guess. And I was like, oh, no. I was like, I met, you know, so-and-so at a different school. I said what college I went to. He's like, still way smarter than me, haha. And so I'm like, okay, well, this is a nice guy. So after the podcast, we're kind of reviewing, and like I like jump in a little bit, and I like, if there's anything I want to comment on, I'll do it, because like I don't really say anything during the recording, and if I did, I would cut it out. And he like gets up, and I'm like getting ready to go as well, because my mom, who again drove me there, is waiting for me. And he goes, oh, by the way, like, can I have your number? And I was like, wait, yeah, like, sure. And he was like, do you have an iPhone? And I was like, yeah. And I kind of like fumbled around a little. Like, I was like, what the fuck do I do? And I guess if you have two iPhones, you can press them together. And I'm illustrating it here. You can like, okay, this looks like two cigarettes meeting, but if you put two iPhones together, you can like share your contacts. Loot, don't say that. It's just two iPhones, clearly. And I was like, what the heck? Oh my gosh. And I'm thinking like, okay, it's just for like podcast stuff probably, even though like we've been talking on social media. So I'm kind of like panicking also though, because I'm like, wait a second, what the heck? You always call it phone sex? Okay. I think that's a different thing, but I could be wrong. I'm not up to date on all of this. So anyway, so I'm like kind of freaking out a little bit, and I'm like, okay, well, you know, I gotta go. And he's like, oh, I'll walk you out. And as we're walking, like, we're talking about stuff, and like, he texted me like, thank you, like when I gave him my number, he texted like, thank you. And then as we're walking out, he says like, so do you like live around here? And I'm like, yeah, well, you know, I kind of live, you know, wherever. And he's like, all right, well, I'll see you around. Like, I'll see you again. And then he gave me a hug. And like, okay, the reason why I bring this up on stream is because, like, first of all, okay, sorry, I'm looking for a therapist right now also. So maybe, hopefully, I can work this out with them in the future. But like, is this a thing? Is what I think is happening? Even especially on a day where I look like, let me draw me how I looked today. Like, you're so weird. And he's like cute. Like, okay, people just don't flirt with me ever. Like, that's not something that happens, except if I were to, like, go to GameStop. One time I tried to. I went to, like, a mini golf place and my waiter was really cute. And and I went and I was like, can I have your Instagram? And I, like, followed him. And he followed me back, and then I DM'd him, and he left me on fucking scene. And I was like, okay, what happened here? Like, what did I do wrong? And that kind of scared me off a little bit. That's a cute little jillyeon. Okay. It's so fun to just draw. You just do a middle part, and you do some kind of crazy eye. And boom, you got one. There she is. That's her. Easy. This seems like flirting. I know. But also, like, I work for the podcast. Like, maybe he's just a very nice guy, and he thought, like, okay, well, she's gonna be editing. Like, I do need to, like, ask him, like, what, like, social media links he wants me to put, whatever. But then, like, maybe he's Canadian. He's not Canadian. I know he's not Canadian. You met that day and he hugged you. That's true. And I kind of was just like, ugh. Shoot your shot. Okay, so then that is the next question, though. So what happened is, so we did the phone contact thing, and then he texted me, like, at that moment, thank you, and then the, like, nodding emoji. Do you know the nodding emoji? Like, that's all that he sent me. So what do I say back? This is where I'm like, I feel this way, like, this weekend when I was, like, getting ready to go to, like, the YouTube event. I was like, I feel like there's an inherent, like, gene that... Is this the fucking Halo 2 theme song? It is. What is this playlist that I picked? Did he text you before you parted ways? Yes. Like, it was, like, immediately, like, can I have your number? Yes. He sent it, so I guess I would have his contact. He won't be back for more podcast stuff, no. He will not be. Like, I have to edit it and I have to talk to him, but there's no more in-person recording stuff. But yeah, okay, back to the jeans thing. Like, I feel like there's something in, like, girls, or even just, like, people in this era where, like, they all know how to, like, do makeup, and they all know how to, like, talk to boys. And I just, like, fundamentally do not know how. Like, I am just completely guessing in everything that I do. And then I, like, watch these shows, I read these books, and, like, it just happens for some people. Do I put that on me? I have no idea how to use makeup. Maybe it's just, like, I don't know. The music is perfectly setting the fun. Use WikiHow. WikiHow, how do I respond to a boy? So instead I'm doing I'm consulting my vassals. That's where this started. Your makeup is good. Like, I feel like I can do, like, pretty decent, like, eye makeup. Because in 7th grade, I learned, I was obsessed with, like, anime cosplay. So, like, I can do a pretty good winged eyeliner and, like, you know, put the white eyeshadow in the corner of my eyes. But as far as, like, the, like, contour and blush and shit goes, like, I don't know. You only have Riz with neurodivergent nerds, which thankfully is my primary type. I don't even know what my type is, because, like, this is not ever something that happens to me. Or that I even consider. Like, I don't know. I have no concept of self. I have no idea how other people perceive me, what my personality is like. That was one thing at the YouTube creator event. I was talking to someone. I was talking to two separate people. And two separate people said, first of all, they were like, you seem so familiar. And I was like, oh, probably not. Like, unless you play volleyball or watch Crusader Kings YouTube content, like, probably not. Like, I don't really leave my house. And then I mentioned once that I was like, I'm not very good at collabs because I feel like I'm not good at, like, talking to other people. Like, I can talk to myself and I can talk to to Twitch chat and whatever, because basically that's just talking to myself. But both of the people I was talking to said, like, really? You seem totally friendly and normal. And one of them even was like, I think you're great at carrying a... And I was like, what? Really? Like, me? Like, not even trying to be false modesty. You don't need to do that. You just need to find out which shade of blush and bronzer is best for you and put it dead at. That's honestly what I've been doing. Is I just have this bronzer and I just go ham. That's what Rowan does. Did you teach her that? Okay, anyway. You remember the CG5 incident? That one I felt like if the person I'm talking to is more awkward than me, I feel like I am responsible for them. Does that make sense? And I'm like, okay, I need to be the extrovert here. You do come off very relaxed and like a chill person to be around. I do think I'm relaxed and chill, but like I think I just get in my head and I'm like, I don't know how to talk to people, whatever. The alpha of the conversation, exactly. Like you're seeing, so Webby here, my mod has known me for a very, very long time, like over a decade now. Webby, I would say, at least when we met, I don't know what you would consider yourself to be, very extroverted, talks a lot, talks to everybody, kind of like my mom, kind of like my sister, like my family, like most of the people I hang around are the kind who can just like talk to a wall. And that's good because then I can just listen and I can interject and I can, you know, whatever. When I'm talking to someone who is more introverted than me, or somebody who I think like is also used to that kind of stuff, I kind of am like, okay, how can I pretend to be my sister? How can I pretend like I am a competent, like I feel like I'm just like tricking people. You psych yourself up by overthinking things a lot? Yeah. I just need to get out of my own damn head. I need to see a therapist, but do you guys know it's hard to find a therapist? Most would absolutely not be put off by someone a little awkward / goofy, not saying you're awkward. No, I am awkward / goofy. That was, so I've been on exactly 2 dates in my entire life. And I shit you not, the first one, granted, it was with like a nerdy guy. Like we matched on Hinge because we were both into Pokemon. So like, you know, I'm not going out with some like frat bro Chad type thing. This is not turning out like how I want it to, but I'm just, you know, gonna say whatever and go for it. And I've told this story before. The secret to life is that we're all just faking it till we make it. Yeah. That's like, I really do think that is the secret, is especially if you're a dork like me, I'll tell myself like, okay, just pretend you're in a book or pretend that you're a fictional character. And then like it works because people don't know what you're normally like or what you think you're like. They just know what you present to them. Okay. Anyway. What was I saying before this? Okay, yeah. So I've only been on one other date before in my life. 2 dates with one guy. And on the first date, we honestly haven't even like spoken that much on Hinge or anything like that. Like literally like this is like kind of the first time we're getting to know each other. Twitter comes up. And I'm like, oh yeah, I have a Twitter. And at this point I hadn't really gotten into streaming yet. I kind of just like did commissions. And then I also modded for Technoblade, and so I had like a bit of a following, but not like any like massive stuff. I was like, yeah, like I have some Twitter followers, whatever. I mostly just post art. And he was like, what's your Twitter? And my brain short-circuited, and I went, oh, I post furry porn. And thankfully, he thought it was very funny. But that's not a thought that's ever occurred to me before. I just... like, I meant it as a joke. It's just, this is what I'm talking about though, like, I don't know. We're not beating the out. You can look at my Twitter and you can see that I do not post, that I do not post furry porn. He was into that. I think he just liked that I was being funny. Anyway, you have to make good on your promise. Okay, let me give her a nose and take her shirt off. Or a tail, I guess. There's some cat ears. Here you go. I take it back. You're very... Yes, I think that's why I started telling that story, is because like, I think I have it in my head that I can't be charming, like, physically, and so I have to make people like me by being funny. Does that make sense? Like, you're not gonna see me from across the room and be like, that's the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. And so if I want to make meaningful connections, I have to be not like other girls. Zeddy, what do you thank you for the follow? I've always been jealous of how when you do say something, everyone wants to listen to you. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna cry. Except when that something is, I do furry porn. Or, dude. Amanda, or Webby, do you know the story of what my high school volleyball coach, who you know, I don't know how you feel about her, but do you know the story of what she said during, like, my senior banquet? We've always had the quickest, thank you. Which one? The one that wasn't my dad. So, oh, hold on, this is actual advice. Let me not ignore it. I have been reading your guys' advice. I've just been running my damn mouth. We get in our heads a lot about what we are and get really down ourselves because of what exactly, yeah, and I think that's part of why I like streaming is because, like, I don't know how people perceive me. I have very low self-esteem, and it makes me feel good about myself. Even if you guys aren't saying, Jillian, oh my god, you're so funny, but the fact that people want to hear what I have to say at all makes me feel better. Oh, the one who gave you a concussion. Oh, not that one. Okay, so my high school volleyball coach, I don't think she liked me very much. I've had a couple coaches who I just don't think... Okay. I'm sorry I jump around so much when I'm telling stories. So, Webby can maybe confirm this. Webby has also played volleyball with me for, like, my whole life. The average volleyball player is, like, extremely normal. Like, white, tall, beautiful, like, sorority girl type thing, you know, socializes. Like, all of my teammates in, yeah, a little stupid, but it's okay. All of my teammates throughout, like, pretty much my entire middle school and high school career, they all had boyfriends, they were all going to parties, like, they were just, you know, not going home and watching Markiplier play Undertale and then playing Minecraft for 12 hours a day. Or, you know, the idea of an internet friend was, like, inconceivable. And so, like, basically, I didn't fit it. Yeah, I wasn't like other girls. But I had in common with them that I loved volleyball, and I loved being on teams with them and everything. And part of why I think I liked volleyball is because I felt very unique and I felt very valued among all these people. Because, like I said, most of them honestly not very smart, but very athletic and very, like, diligent and very, you know, hard workers. I've never been, like, the most athletic girl in the room. Like, you know, I'm not the fastest, I'm not the strongest. I was pretty tall, so I had that going for me. Still am pretty tall. I haven't shrunk since then. But anyway, but part of what I think made me a good volleyball player, oh, thank you, Pal TTV. I'm on one of my volleyball tangents right now. I know some people really hate these, but I'm just gonna continue on. Good luck with your stream, if you are gonna stream. I totally get it. It's so weird, but I feel like every time I go live, I'm glad that I did. Yep, okay. Anyway, what in the High School Musical? I didn't really like High School Musical, but, like, I get it. Watching Troy, like, you know, I get it. So anyway, part of why I liked and why I thought I was good at volleyball was because I was pretty smart and, like, I made, like, very, like, they call it, like, volleyball IQ. I think most sports have this kind of philosophy where it's like you can be extremely athletic, but you have to make, like, good decisions and you have to, like, know what to do, and, like, knowing how to score points isn't always, like, hitting the hardest or you know, being the fastest. Sometimes it's just, like, making the right play or you know, knowing what the opponent is going to do. Yeah, I know ball, basically. Like, that was what made me a good volleyball player is, yeah, like, court awareness. And then I also would, like, do my research about the other teams, about what, like, our team was going to do. Like, I was a very smart volleyball player. Okay? I'm not trying to, like, gas myself up here. I'm just giving you the context for why what I'm about to say. I also was very smart academically, and I think that would show in like when I talked, and like my coaches would always be impressed by like, you know, what colleges I was thinking about going to, my like test scores, all that. And then also I think I probably had a little bit of like Sheldon Cooper, like just kind of obnoxious, like interesting factoid, like, but whenever any of my teammates like had a question about what the other team was doing, or like I always knew like what colleges people were going to. I knew our schedule. I just knew stuff. I was the knower of the team. And sometimes I would not get along with coaches because I think they could recognize that I was smarter than them, and that sometimes I maybe they knew a little bit more about like volleyball, like how to actually hit well, or like, you know, the semantics, or not the semantics, but like the ins and outs of it. But especially, like that was just kind of the vibe I got for a lot of my coaches, is that they, for one, had never really had a player like me before. You know, one who didn't fit the like volleyball like molds, like the very extroverted, like not silly, but just kind of like carefree, like hard worker. Like, for one thing, I think a lot of coaches didn't like understand that. And this high school coach, I think, was one of them, who did not, I think she respected me, but I don't think she liked coaching me. And to an extent, I didn't really like playing for her either. This is such an what does that mean? You're gonna write a book about this? It is interesting. I mean, change this music. You don't like Cosmic Hero from, what is this, Next Machina? Alright. Here's more Sonic. Oh, it's loud? Oh, sorry. So anyway. So this high school coach, I don't think she liked me that much. Fine, whatever. In high school, like I said, I kind of didn't really know how to get people to like me. And one way, also, so in high school, to sort of give credence maybe to all this game I'm talking, as a freshman in high school, I played on the varsity volleyball team, and I started, and I wasn't like the difference maker or anything, but I did play on the varsity team and everything, and like we were pretty good. And I like didn't know how to make these older girls like me. I didn't know how to make my coach like me. I felt like such a baby compared to them. The beef coaches have with minors. Yeah. And so I would just try and be funny. I would just try and like be quippy. I would try to be smart. I would try to know things, kind of like what had been working for me throughout the rest of my volleyball career. And you know, some coaches I think liked that. I think they liked my humor. This coach just it didn't click with her. And so, but she coached me for like 4 full years. I don't remember how we got to this story, but it started because, so in high school, if you're on a sports team, when you're a senior, kind of the whole season is a huge, huge deal. Like everything is kind of about you in a little bit. Like they put your picture up on the wall. You have like at the end of the year, like banquet. Slow down. The VOD will be up on my channel. You can watch it then. You can like it's pretty much the entire year is all about the graduating seniors. And part of it is that the coaches are kind of expected to like eulogize isn't the right word, but like speak to what all of the different seniors meant to the team. My friends had that for their senior and they got, yeah, it really sucks because the way that it works is you grow up, or you know, I was on this volleyball team, I was on the varsity team for 3 years, not as a senior. And so when the time comes for you to be a senior, if it's not, you know, what you've witnessed, if you feel like the people before you got it better, if you feel like the coach liked them more or whatever, like, then it's different. And honestly, mine was great. Like, it was fine. High school sports are weird, and I honestly didn't really get along with most of my teammates. Being smart and witty as a young person can make old people and people in positions of power dislikely to... Yeah, so that's definitely what I felt. But, like, so we get to the end of the year banquet. If your year has 11 seniors. Yeah, mine only had, like, 5. Hi, Side Cowboys. And thanks everybody, by the way, who's come to the stream and just listened to me run my mouth. Sorry that like this is very boring drawing, nor that I'm really narrating what I'm doing. So part of this as a senior is you get this like end of the year banquet, and it's just kind of like where you talk about like how you did and like how, you know, whatever, how each person contributed. You give out your awards, and for some context about my high school volleyball team, I was like, okay, there's no way to say this without sounding like a massive egoist. I was by far the best player, and I was the reason why we had any success at all. I severely messed up my shoulder because I was hitting 100 balls a game. We competed in a very difficult district. Webby went to a different school. She was the same for like her team. Like pretty much everyone else on my team, they were good at volleyball. They just weren't going to go to college for it. They didn't play it. They didn't play on a club team, which is fine. They all had other stuff going on. You know, not everybody has the resources or the time or even the drive to like be an athlete, whatever. And so I get like MVP. I also was recognized for some other stuff. And it comes time for this coach to like kind of eulogize isn't the right word, but basically like they give a speech about you. And her speech, she was like, oh, this kid, she said some weird things to me. She said some pretty hurtful, she used the word hurtful things to me. Like, and I kind of don't really know what to do with her sometimes. Like, I don't really know. I don't get it. And she didn't talk about like me as a volleyball player. And like, I remember we literally have it on video, I think. Me and my mom were there. My dad was there. My dad was a fucking coach as well. He ended up helping out with the high school team because like she honestly didn't know what she was doing with a lot of stuff, and so my dad would help out. And I was just sitting there like I was ready to be like recognized for like all this hard work that I've put in for 4 years to this team. And already I'm like, well, a lot of the girls don't like me because, you know, I don't talk to them about being in a sorority or whatnot. They all think I'm like too intense, because that's part of it too, is I probably wasn't like, I was never mean. I don't remember why I started this story. I think just to demonstrate the way that like I feel like I come across. I never ever was mean or rude. I think the worst of it was when I would just get like overly competitive and want to win. Which is, it's a fucking sport, you know, and I'm gonna go to college for this sport. I was already committed by then. Like I forgive me for wanting to take it seriously. So anyway, you should have been mean to that coach. Well, I feel a little bit like an asshole talking about it now. I doubt it'll get back to her. I mean, I honestly don't know what she's up to, nor do I know if anybody knows about this streaming shit that I do. But anyway, that's... How did I start with this story? I don't know. I've been thinking about like therapy a lot recently, and like kind of trying to therapize, try to like maybe do therapy with myself, like really get to the root of a lot of problems and issues that I have. And like it's startling how many of them I want to go back to like high school volleyball. Like that was a rough time. But anyway, you're talking about yourself in social situations. Okay, yeah. So like what would happen? I remember, for example, one time I was a freshman on the varsity team. Furry images on Twitter to a very intense story. Hey, welcome to the jillyeon Twitch stream. I was a freshman on the volleyball team with all these seniors, and my coach, the way a volleyball works, I'm illustrating it here, the chat might cover it, is, you know, the coach talks and everybody kind of huddles up and you like put your arms around each other. This is a very good drawing. So the coach is talking, she's like leaning in. And she was always very like unserious with us. And she said at one point, like, here's what we need to do. Or like, I don't know what we need to do. Do this. Or she said, do do. And me, literally 14 years old, desperate for these people to like me, I go like, do. And like, she held that above me for like 4 years. Like, remember when you said this? And I'm like, Your family's reaction? My mom still talks about it. I mean, the reason why I kind of honestly didn't really realize it, but my mom was mad. And my dad, I don't think my dad, I'm sure he was mad, but he didn't say any, I don't know. He was more worried about whatever. Okay, does this look fine? Does this look okay? I've been sketching for an hour and a half now, and I feel like it's just, I don't know. You're done. That is really funny. It is funny. In like a teasing way or an actual haha. I don't know. I can't tell the difference. This coach has a fucked up view of herself to take it out of. Yeah, I was actually talking about this with my mom literally today about like high school sports and sports in general, because my brother plays golf in high school, and golf, extremely different sport from volleyball, if you don't know. But also, like, it's an individual sport, but for a high school, like, you still have like a team, and so it's this even weirder dynamic than like if you were just on a team sport. And then my family, my dad played basketball, my mom played volleyball, and then my dad played volleyball. So like, very sports family, but we kind of don't know how golf works and operates. And my brother's having some problems like with the coach and like the way that golf is scored and everything. And so me and my mom were just sort of talking about like high school golf and just kind of high school sports in general. And like, that was one other thing that to tie this back to my previous story. By the way, thank you for the posture check and the hydrate, Indy, 14 minutes ago and 3 minutes ago. I will sit up so straight and take a sip of Diet Coke. Okay. I immediately lost my train of thought. High school sports. That was one thing that the guy mentioned on the podcast, is how he started off with like team sports and how he thought that like formed like his outlook about like playing in a band even. And I was like, yeah, true. Like if I was the one interviewing, like I would want to tie that back to my own experience. Cause like, even though I'm a very introverted person, like I do credit a lot of my interpersonal skills and even like some of my like career skills, like whatever those might be, to being forced to be on a team environment for so long. So we're talking about high school sports or whatever. And we were just thinking about like, especially with just youth sports in general. Sorry, we've reached the point of the stream where I start getting really like nasally and clogged up and everything. Like, anybody can coach. There's very strict regulations in place about who's allowed to be a teacher, about who can access children in that way. But coaching is kind of just a free-for-all. And so as a result, you get some weird people and you get some weird experiences, and then you factor in the way that parents like vicariously want to live through their kids, and it's just a very weird combination of events for what is unfortunately like an extremely valuable and formative time and event. Personal question maybe, but are you neurodivergent? I don't really know. I don't know. I don't want to self-diagnose. I certainly, like many people, have symptoms of certain neurodivergent, what's the word I am looking for? Diagnoses, I guess. But I don't know. That's honestly part of, I've mentioned this about 30 times already this stream. But I'm really trying to get in with a therapist because I kind of want to know. I don't want to pose it. I don't want to show up and be like, what's up? What do you think? But like, I want to get to know them and then see if they think, okay, I've been talking to you for a month now, and I would like you to go do this, whatever. But also, like, I'm not at the point where I would need any kind of diagnosis. The one thing I am curious about is like Ritalin or like Vyvanse or any kind of medicine like that. I am curious about that. But I don't think I have ADHD. I think I just want the drug that makes you do work. Because sometimes it's hard to work. Everyone has symptoms, some have more. Yeah. I think I'm just weird. not like other girls. Have you ever seen me without this stupid hat? I don't fit in. I'm gonna give Gemini some earrings. With you, Jillian, I don't know about that. About what? I don't know. Kids seriously need more protections in place to keep adults like that. Yeah, so that's one thing about just coaching that's so hard in sports. Like, so to go back to what I was talking about, I think I would be a very good high school, or not high school, but like volleyball coach or like volleyball strategist, you know? But coaching is about, unfortunately, so much more than just knowing game. You have to be able to have interpersonal relationships. You have to be able to listen and respect kids. And it's not that I don't do that. I just don't think I would be as good at it as I would want to be. And so that's sort of what holds me back. It's like I've done some volleyball coaching in the past with like extremely little kids where it's just easy. You just tell them like, they just say, do you have a boyfriend? And I say, no. And they say, do you want a boyfriend? And I say, yeah. And then they just ask you all these questions. There's some non-amphetamine ones you could try. Yeah. I don't know. I probably won't. I'm a little afraid of drugs in general. But anyway. Okay, hold on. Not even joking, I'm just back from your ADHD eval and out of nowhere the psychiatrist asked you if you were aware of autism. Are you aware of it? That's funny. I mean, I've seen doctors and psychiatrists in the past. No one's ever mentioned anything about it. I have been diagnosed officially with social anxiety and depression, if you want that diagnosis, but... Okay, hold on. You want to be the very best, yes. What do you think are the leading causes of female pro players not being able to compete in the highest tier of competition? Female... Okay. I like your question, I just would like some clarification. Pro players in terms of, like, collegiate sports players, or what does pro mean here? Because that would... Unless you mean, like, the Olympics, I would say that is the highest tier of competition. I also think... So one other realm of female sports and volleyball that I kind of haven't even... oh, and esports. Okay. That's an entire other can of worms. Related, but an entire other can of worms. It's just that gaming is a community sort of founded upon misogyny, is unfortunately the answer. And honestly, anything on the internet. To the point where it's this thing called, what is it called? I forget the exact word, but even the expectations that women are worse than men at video games, like, regardless of if you personally think that's true as a woman playing video games, you will perform, I think it's called like the stereotype effect or something like that. You'll perform in accordance with that. You will, just by being aware of this connotation, be worse than men. You personally think it's not worth for female gamers to even give in so much time to getting good at the game just because of the harassment that comes out of it? No matter, yeah. And the harassment is a whole other thing too. I mean, even if you play, let's say you play Valorant, and the whole time you don't experience any harassment, everyone's nice to you. Just the fact that you're a girl and you're within that space, it's entirely different than if you were a man. So yeah, if you can't tell, also, I don't know how long you've been listening to this stream, but that's where my interest in esports comes from, is just the experience that I've had in traditional women's sports. And obviously, I love video games. I've always loved video games. And so it's interesting to see what maps onto esports and what doesn't. Pygmalion effect? I've not heard it called that. I think there's probably a number of words for it, but that sounds fun and interesting, and I'm gonna look that up after the stream. You're talking to your mom about why the skill level specifically for female basketball players was not at the level of high other level. Yeah. Basketball, too, is interesting, like, because with volleyball, I never felt like I was competing with men for anything, because not only is men's volleyball such a non-issue here in the United States, it's growing. It's definitely getting more and more popular, especially in places like California, Illinois, Texas. But like at least here in where I live in the South, men's volleyball is non-existent. And even if it was, yeah, like Webby says, it is a completely different game. What makes a good women's volleyball player is entirely separate from what makes a good male volleyball player. And then the strategies that would work in one don't work in the other, just because I don't even know. So to that degree, I never felt like I was competing with male volleyball players for the way that like a WNBA player might feel like she's competing with an NBA player, or the way that like a female basketball player might feel like she's competing with the male basketball players at her high school. My high school did not have a men's volleyball team. So I just said I play volleyball and like, that's it. It should be similar for basketball, but it's not at all. Right. Admittedly, I don't know that much about basketball. I just get excited when I see Caitlin Clark do shit. But that's one thing that I could never play basketball ever. There's so many things about the sport that are just not conducive to who I am as a person and what I want to do. But it's always interested me. Okay, hold on. I've missed a couple chat messages. This is a fun conversation we're having. I don't want to just talk and ignore everybody. This music is so intense. This is from Breath of the Wild. Divine Beast Va Meadow. Appropriate, I would say. We love playing video games a lot, but you learn very early not to turn your mic on in a game because people would throw or... Yeah, it's the immediately being strange. Even just existing as like a female content creator who doesn't make... Okay. I don't purposely try and be sexual and everything like that, but like, people will... Just because I have a female voice... They'll think it gives them free range to comment shit, which is not a hot take. People know that. But anyway, higher games industry as a whole is rooted in misogyny. Yep, you see it even down to the corporate structure of video game companies and esports and everything. It is entirely male dominated down to the people running the event. Okay, next. That sounds so dismissive, but I want to acknowledge these because this is important. Perks of riding horse is entirely equal in competition. It's the money that becomes an issue. That's something that we're seeing with golf for my brother, is that golf, I never took for granted that I can just fucking go to a volleyball court and play. Granted, you need other people. Golf, you have to fucking pay to play your sport. Not only to get the clubs, but to pay to go on the golf course. And then even then you have to dress a certain way, and that takes money, and you have to have the right clothes, whatever. Okay, it's because men are typically taller. I think that's why men's and women's volleyball is so different. It's just because of the way that male and female strength and height differs, and the way that height and strength manifests in volleyball. But honestly, it could also completely be a societal thing. I mean, the connotation is that women, it's a more like skillful game. Like you have to like think it out a little bit more, and you have to like kind of have better technique. Whereas men, you can just kind of overpower it. You can hit really hard, and that's enough to win. That's actually an interesting question that I never really considered before, is if men and women's volleyball could be the same. It's just that we have sort of imprinted these different expectations on them. Having played both, I can tell you that it currently presents in two different ways. But maybe that's just because of how I was trained. I don't know. Okay. Hold on. I'm almost done. No, I'm not. As a racing fan, the discourse around women drivers reaching the highest... Women in racing is an entirely separate thing. It's kind of like women in esports or women in chess. Like... It shouldn't be segregated at all, but it's just the culture around it that forces it to exist in that way. Okay. High-level volleyball, paid buckets better. That's actually interesting. You have no clue about volleyball. What makes strategy different in women's volleyball than in men's? I think it's because... I don't know. I mean... For example. So... Let me scroll down. Shocking fact I have to share. I just discovered one of my bosses subscribes to your YouTube mid-meet. What? You and your boss have some interesting conversations then. Or are gonna have some interesting conversations. Rallies are longer. Yeah. Keeping your horse going well plus board is roughly 1K a month. That's not including wow. You don't think it can be the same? Yeah, like here's an example. So in volleyball, you have the net, right? Here's the volleyball net. And the way that volleyball works is there's the 10-foot line, and then this is 20 feet. And you have 3 people in the front row and 3 people in the back row. And the people in the front row are responsible. They can jump. These people, they can jump, but they can't jump in front of the 10-foot line. And so these people in the front row, they hit the ball, bam. And then they also block. So that if another person is attacking, bam, hitting the ball. Thank you for the hydrate. Hold on. They also block. And the idea is like, okay, you have the whole volleyball court. It's big. But if you're blocking, let's say like I'm blocking here, because of the way that most people would hit, most people can't hit over blockers. Most people have to hit into the blockers. It means that they only have this much court to hit it. So this blocker is taking up like a pretty decent chunk of the court. In women's volleyball, typically what you will do is, let's say someone's hitting here, you have a blocker here, and then the middle, that's my position, that's what I would play. It would go from the middle of the court to assist in blocking. And then you would have 2 blockers up. Can you see my little drawing that I'm doing here? I should probably zoom in. You have 2 blockers up, the middle, and then the outside. In this case, yeah, it would be the outside. And then whoever's here, you would have another front row person would come off to pass the ball right here. And the idea is that in women's volleyball, it's because this hitter, if you have a closed block, these people are taking up this much of the court, meaning that your defenders are going to go down the line, probably have someone here for like a high ball, and then you have someone to pass here. This is like an ideal defensive strategy. I think we would call this playing base. What would you even call it? I haven't played in like a year. It's not rotation. I don't remember, but this is a kind of defense. Sometimes you'll have this person come up, you'll have this person shift over. Depending on how good your blockers are, it's a whole thing. And I probably did not explain it very well. In men's volleyball, you'll have an attacker. And then instead of having, I don't know why I've switched perspectives, but I've switched perspectives here. Instead of having 2 blockers, this is the hitter. And then you have the 2 blockers here. And then the person off, which is what you do in women's volleyball. You have this person go all the way over, and you have 3 blockers. So instead of being ready for like we would call it like a roll shot or a tip, or just kind of like a very like strategically placed, like not as hard thing, the idea is just that you have 3 big, fast guys who are going to take up like as much space as possible and force this guy to either hit hard enough to go through them or to jump high enough and hit over them. Basically, you're making it so that like the freest hit, the like hardest swing, yeah, learn how to play volleyball. I'm trying to just articulate like a difference between men and women's volleyball here. This is the first example that I came up with. In women's volleyball, a triple block, which is what we would call that, is like, I wouldn't say unheard of, but you just would never really do it. Maybe you would do it if someone was attacking in the middle and they were really posing a problem, because then you could have these 2 people head inside. But like the idea in women's volleyball of like a right side attacker running all the way across the net, that's 30 feet in the middle of a play. And you don't even run in volleyball. You would like kind of shuffle over a little bit. The idea of that kind of attacker going all the way over and triple blocking is just unheard of, because nobody in women's volleyball is expected to hit that hard. The goal of a block is different. Women want to control where the ball goes. Men want to stop it. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I mean, women want to block it as well, obviously, but the main point, I would say, of a women's volleyball block is to control where the ball goes. Men, honestly, if let's say you have an attacker and somehow they manage to hit over the block, or they manage to get a clean hit off, it's probably a point. Like, unless it's hit straight to somebody who has like perfect form and just like it basically bounces off of them, like the ball is fast enough that like you can't really react to it the way you could in women's volleyball. And that's what makes a really good women's volleyball player, is if they can hit that hard, if you can hit the shots that even the fastest person out there can't react to. You think women can hit the hardest? Yeah. I think we're trained to see what Webby mentioned, the off-speed shot. You're trained to anticipate that you're weaker, that, you know, even if you hit it very hard, it's still not going to be fast enough for somebody to, I don't know. I'm probably oversimplifying this extensively, but it's an interesting quandary about, you don't agree with that? I mean, I just don't want to concede that men are stronger and therefore better at volleyball than women, is I guess where I sort of box myself in here. As a tall man, you suck at volleyball because you don't track the ball well. Yeah, that's one thing that made me a very good volleyball player, is like, they call it like court vision, just being able to see. And part of it is that I would just kind of predict where it would go. So when I'm wrong, it would suck. When I would like read, okay, I think the setter's gonna send it here, and I would be wrong, then my coaches would get mad at me. But when I'm right, I'm like, damn, I'm awesome. Good night, Cham. Wow, 4 a.m. Wish you the best in drawing, Gemini. Thank you. I'm doing the line art now. Hopefully it's turning out okay. This is the one part of drawing that I feel pretty confident in, but you'll have to give me a second. Men are stronger. Women are absolutely better volleyball players. Yeah, that's like, so in my last year of college, so my season ended in like December, but I would practice a little bit with the men's club team, and they loved, specifically when I would come with my friend who was a setter, which if I could do volleyball over again, I was a middle hitter, a middle blocker, so focused pretty much entirely on really quick, really like, kind of in order to get a middle hit out, it has to, like, everything kind of has to come together. You have to have like a good pass and a good set and everything. Like a very specific kind of, a very specific set of skills, if you will. If I could do it over again, I would want to be a setter, who is the person who kind of tees up the hitters, who, the second contact. If you've seen Hikayu, they call it like tosses, whatever. So I would play with the men's club team, and like I would kind of struggle a little bit because like the net was higher than I was used to. That's part of it, is that like, you know, I could still jump over, but like I just couldn't jump as high as a lot of the men. That was never one of my strong suits, and so I couldn't get over that much. And then like if you can't jump and get over the net, it's kind of like, well, what are you doing? But my friend, the setter, they loved when she would come. Because in men's volleyball, you just kind of put the ball up as high as you can, and then you hit it as hard as you can. There's some nuance to it a little bit, but like she would actually like be able to like control where it went, and they loved when she would show up. They'd be like, yes, can you get it shorter and faster? And she's like, yeah. Unrelated to, oh, the chat message disappeared. Unrelated to volleyball, but you're cross-stitching a 3D Minecraft cake. That sounds delicious. I mean, I wouldn't eat your 3D Minecraft cake. I'm just thinking about Minecraft cake in real life. That's what sounds delicious, is cake. I don't even like cake that much. But Minecraft cake, I bet, would be so good. Okay. Hold on. You love cross-stitch, but you're not great at it. One of the creators that I met this weekend at the YouTube creator event, her whole thing is she does crochet, and she does like crochet related content. And when I met her, she had these, everyone like wanted to go like see her Labubus, because she had 2 Labubus on her back. And honestly, I kind of dislike Labubus. I think they are stupid and dumb, but I liked hers because she had crocheted them little outfits, and I thought it was really cute. And so I was like, okay, You can have Lupubus. It's I concede that that yours are cute. You have done something with them other than made them a symbol of your status or your, I don't know, consumerism. You cross-stitch a lot of medieval art. That's so cool. I love skills that don't require technology. I wish I had more of them. I think I'm saying that... Alright, how's that hand? It's not the best hand I've ever drawn, but I don't want to redo it right now. Like, when I'm thinking about volleyball, I mean, that's part of the reason why I liked it so much, is pretty much all of my habits, talents, etc. were online. Yeah, I would play video games. Even, you know, I would draw online, and like volleyball is just no screen, no phone. It's practice. You turn your phone off for 2 hours and you don't check it. Try out a musical instrument. I do play the piano. I'm not great at it. Just because like I feel like I didn't, like when I was learning, I took lessons as a kid. I took lessons as like a really young kid, and I struggled with the fingerings and everything. Like I kind of would just make up my own, and so honestly most of my lessons would devolve into the teacher being like, okay, you understand how to read music, good. You like music, good. But you need to do this the right way, or else when you try and learn more advanced pieces, it's going to be more difficult. And now here I am trying to learn more advanced pieces, and sure enough, it's difficult because I didn't finger a scale the right way or whatever. But like, it worked for what I was doing at the time. So I do play a little bit of piano every day, or at least I try to. But even then, like, a lot of times I'll want to look up sheet music on my damn phone. And so I'm like, what's the point? Your mom tried forcing me to learn how to play the piano. You just played by ear. I'm so jealous of people who can do that. I'm a pretty good... I'm an okay... Like, I would say my best skill when it comes to piano is sight reading. Like, I would say anything, like, beginner to intermediate to, like, even, like, slightly advanced. Like, if you put the sheet music in front of me, like, I can figure it out. And I can make it sound good. Maybe I don't play what's on the page, but I can make it sound good. And especially if it's like a song that you've heard of, I can make it sound like that. I can't play shit by ear. I don't know how people do that. Sometimes I sit at the piano and I think of a song and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna try and play it by ear. And it's just guessing. It's just guessing and checking. It's just, okay, this is a G. So, and I think I'm 3 steps off, so I'm gonna just press every key until I get to where I want to go. Like, I'm so, because I think that would make me a much better pianist if I could honestly look at my hands while I'm playing. I took pianos for years. You never learn, you just memorize all your pieces. That's what I did when I first started back up with piano, is because I had to memorize them so I could look at my hands and I could put my fingers in the right place. And now I'm trying to sight read, I'm trying to look at the sheet music, and I can't memorize songs. Like, I don't know what it is about me, but like something about songs just do not stick in my brain. Even songs that I play every day, I could probably play some with like muscle memory, but I didn't know you've been playing guitar. That's so cool. Sorry. Music is about feeling. That's one thing that I've learned in this music podcast that I've been involved in, is like, as much as I like music, like, I don't like it the way that other people like it. To me, it's just kind of a way to fill the void of silence, if you will. And I enjoy playing the piano because I enjoy feeling competent in that skill. I enjoy playing songs that like my family can recognize. It's not for any deeper meaning, but I respect people who feel that way a lot. And I'm really into like classical music and like soundtrack music and stuff, and like I think that is very effective in telling a story and adding to stories that are being told. But like when it comes to like, yeah, me and Webby differ in this a lot. Like my dad also, if you've ever spoken to my dad, not you, Chatter, but you, Webby. I grew up and my dad would play a lot of music. We always had like an iPad or an iPod going, or the radio or something. Music was pretty much always on. Everything from like instrumental bluegrass to classical to like classic rock, like he was always playing it. And one of my dad's talents is he just knows what every song is about. He's like, this song is about a man he's trying to talk to his dead wife and he feels like he can't reach his dead wife, or this song is about a guy. Like, I'm struggling to even come up with examples here because this is not something that occurs to me whatsoever. But that was like one of my favorite things as a kid, is like just asking my dad, what is this random Kings of Leon song about? And he would be like, oh, well, blah, 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 blah. And I, like, I couldn't even tell you what some of my favorite songs are about. Because, like, I don't really care. That doesn't really, I don't know. That's just not how I consume music. That sounds awesome. Yeah, I think my dad, he has a skill for, that's one of his, like, I think better, how do I want to phrase this? My dad has some tendencies that some would call neurodivergent. Some people, again, not trying to diagnose anything here. Yeah. And knowing this meaning of songs and when songs came out. Like, we recently watched the beginning of Doctor Strange, and do you know how they're like quizzing Doctor Strange? They're like, when did this song come out? And he's like, this year. And they're like, actually it was this year. And he's like, no, it only got popular in this year. It came out in this year. And so, like, that's one thing my dad is really, really good at. And it's something that I've always like respected, because that's not me. I couldn't tell you unless I have like an extremely strong memory. Like, I remember like Panic at the Disco's album Death of a Bachelor came out in 7th grade because I was just extremely obsessed with Panic at the Disco. And I remember listening to it on the bus in 7th grade. Like, unless I have that, like, I couldn't tell you when stuff came out. He's also weird about cars in that way. You can name the make, model, and year of like literally any car. Even random new cars. Like, I don't know where he's getting this information. Does he look up an article about what cars came out this year? Like, I don't know. I don't know how he knows that shit. That was 8th grade? Fuck. Well, it's the same thing, honestly. 8th grade was a little bit better of a year for me. 7th grade, less so. Those are some extremely dad hobbies, yeah. Alec Monty, thank you for the follow. I'm trying to think of my mom's tendencies. My mom's good with actors, question mark? I don't know. I'm worried she's listening. And she's like, you talk about your dad too much. It's the lore that men internalize. You have to know about cars. What is my... I will ponder this question. Me, it doesn't feel like you're ever actively trying to learn stuff about music just to be able to know. I just take it in out of curiosity. Yeah, and like, there are things that I would say I'm the same way about. It's just music. I don't know. It's so interesting. My sister, I think, is similar in some ways in terms of like how she wants music to feel. But I just don't know. I don't know. I'm not gonna dox my dad. Anyway, that was a fun tangent. I'm trying to think, because my mom is really gonna be mad if I don't mention her special skills. I don't know. I think my dad just memorizes shit, and I like to ask my dad. I like to test his knowledge. Oh fuck, she's here! Mom, would you say you have any special skills on par with Dad's, like... on par with Dad's, like, song lyric or song meaning thing? Because that was... Do you remember that when I was a kid? How Dad would just be like, this song is about XYZ. Mothering, yes, being a good mother. My mom raised 4 children, all very close in age, and did so, and we all only turned out a little bit messed up, just a little bit. Mother lore. My mom is good with shows. I don't know how she finds the time to do it because there's a lot to do. I think it's because she watches it while she's like washing dishes and stuff. My mom has seen like every show ever. Like even like The Summer I Turned Pretty to like detective shows like I don't know. Would you agree with that, Mom? The right amount of messed up to be funny. Yeah, I think we're all pretty funny. Me and my siblings. Y'all would kill at Trivia Pursuit. We did go to my family. We went to a restaurant trivia and we won. It was awesome. Uh-oh. Now my mom's gonna be mad at me. Yeah. Mom is also... I say this sometimes with frustration in my heart. My mom can talk to anybody or anything. And that is not something that me and my dad can do. And you do remember people's names. My mom is good at internet stalking. I don't know if that's something she wants me to put out there, but the words left my mouth, it's over. Like, you know that like they joke that it's like a teenage girl skill that like you can like look up on like Instagram and find people? My mom is very good at that. You have obscenely good Star Wars trivia knowledge. That's one thing that I've like been trying to actively ingrain in my head, because like I really like Star Wars, right? But like there's the fear that comes with saying that, because then someone's gonna be like, oh, well, do you remember the name of the planet that is at the end of the 3rd movie? Like, and then I'm worried I'm gonna get caught in this trap and they're gonna know that I just enjoy watching the movies and that I don't have I don't know. You stop telling people you have a history degree so they don't expect you to be able to answer the history quiz. The pub quiz that we went to was admittedly pretty easy. What is this song? This is not from a video game. Hello? We're just gonna skip this song. Alright, more Sonic Colors music. All those glup shittos, yeah. Like, I can name a couple. There's some that I have committed to memory in this time. But like, I'm just worried that, I don't know. Or even... what is with all these songs with words? Here we go. Crash Team Racing. Surely this doesn't have words. You don't know shit about Star Wars, but give you Harry Potter trivia. What page does Snape say to turn to? In whatever book. He used to stalk people on the internet as a job, but we called it market research. Hell yeah. It's important. Playing Skyrim, you're about to fight the Soul Cairn dragon. Good luck. The good news is, if you lose, you can try again. Thumbs up. Who above the age of 12 is going to test whether you're a real Star Wars fan? I don't know, men? People on the internet? I don't know. That foot looks too small. I don't want to draw anymore. I want to draw something else. I've been really into like really cartoonish artwork lately. I don't know. That looks like she's boobs her face. You have a 4-year-old red leader. This is the kind of trivia that like I would love to know, but it just doesn't stick in my brain. I'm trying to think of what does stick in my brain. Honestly, like I think it's just because I watch the same couple things over and over, be that movies or YouTube videos or whatever. I'm good at memorizing scripts. Like, there was a point in my life where okay, I always tell this joke, it's very funny. I was recovering from a concussion. So admittedly, I had some brain damage. But I was like obsessed with the movie Zootopia. I've talked about this before. This shouldn't be news to some of you. I would watch it like every day. Hello? Are we still on video game soundtracks? Shadow of the Colossus OST. It's a good game, but it's a little intense for right now. This is just like some guy's music. I'm worried it's gonna get copyright stricken. Let's do 2 hours of chill video game music. There we go. It's a good movie. Zootopia is a good movie. Not the Nick Wilde posting. Okay, I won't get on that for now. But basically, I was like deep in my like, I think every kid who does digital art goes through this. I was like, I'm gonna work for Disney. I'm gonna be an animator. I'm gonna be a character designer, whatever. And I was like, this is what I want to do. And Zootopia at the time was like the latest Disney movie to come out. It was like the coolest animation style in my opinion. It was so cool. I love cities. I love fictional cities. Like I don't really know why, and I know that sounds kind of stupid. I'll send you an album that won't get copyrighted. Are you sure? Is it okay? You sent me Skrillex. I can't play Skrillex. Okay, hold on. Is this one just Undertale music? I can just play the Undertale one. And then... the other album. You want me... the Fearless Flyers. They're 6 songs. Okay, I'll play that. Hold on. I don't know if you can hear it. You can hear both? Oh, I didn't think you could hear Spotify. Sorry, I wouldn't play the 2 songs at once if I... Oh, it's because I was playing it through Chrome. That's why you could hear it. Okay, this better not get copyright struck. And I have to be careful because when the 6 songs are up, it's gonna play music that will get copyrighted. Animators are exploited for sure. Yeah. And I mean, not to point out the obvious here either. I don't know how to animate. Nor did I ever really learn. It was just kind of like I had this in my head that like I want to do art. And that's like the only... Turn it down a little more. Okay. That's like the only job, I guess, that like is acceptable. Because like, I don't know. Obviously I know now it's not. It's just at that point in my life I was like, well, okay, I wanna do art for a living. See where it gets me now with shitty, terrible... I've been at this for 2.5 hours almost, and this is all I've got. And the perspective is all off. It should be like that. Ah! It's okay. It's okay! It's okay. I'm chill. I'm fine. Where do I even have this sketch that I'm going off of? I've been going off the wrong sketch too. That's part of the problem. You're also yapping? Yeah. I don't normally run my mouth like this when I'm drawing. Anyway, I need to figure out what I'm gonna say to the man. Is this Under the Sea? It is. Will a funk cover Dis? I don't know. Do you like funk though? Because I've been listening to Masayoshi Takanaka. I think that is his name. It's like Japanese jazz funk fusion. Schlatt played some on one of his streams a minute ago, and I was like, this is very good. You're from Chicago, of course. Wolfpack. I don't know Wolfpack. You've seen these guys live? Oh, cool. I do like this kind of music. This is what I listen to when I get sick of my video game soundtracks, but I'm doing something where I feel like I need to lock in and can't listen to music with words. But honestly, the more I think about it, like, I can't think of music with words that I would rather listen to instead of, God, this sounds so pretentious, but like Tchaikovsky, or like, I don't know the correct way to say his name, which is indicting of how much I really, I guess, like him. Chopin. I love his stuff so much. Nick Wilde is going to come and arrest me. Oh no. Gosh, guys, so far I haven't gotten invited to the Zootopia 2 premiere. There's still time, maybe. But so far so bad. I'm not famous enough. Japan mentioned. I went to, okay, this sounds creepy, but one of the last things I did when I studied abroad in Paris is I went to the big cemetery they have there, whose name I'm completely blanking on. But like, it's like a massive, like multi-mile cemetery where a lot of like famous people and honestly just kind of wealthy French people get buried. And Chopin is buried there. I'm just gonna say his name differently every time, so maybe I'm right. Not the catacombs, but I did go to the catacombs. I got a guy's number. Yeah, a guy asked me for my number, if you can believe it. And I kind of don't know what to do now. And the real kicker is too, he was just a podcast guest. So I'm working on a podcast right now. And he was a podcast guest, and I met him today, and he asked for my number, and then when I was leaving, he gave me a hug. Was he tall? He was probably around my height, maybe like an inch shorter-ish. I honestly don't know. He wasn't so tall that I was like, wow, that's a tall guy. Nor was he short where I was like, this would never work. I'm sorry, that's so upsetting. The catacombs are high up on your travel bucket list. Yeah. They were one of the coolest and most harrowing things I've ever done, I think. I went by myself, for one thing, which was interesting. This is how I did most of my traveling in France, was by myself to do shit. But it's quick tangent. There's been a lot of those this stream. I think it's bizarre how the catacombs are treated as like this like touristy attraction, you know? People are like, oh, I went to Paris. What to do in Paris? Go to the catacombs. And I think you go in, or at least I went in thinking it would be like this, like basically like the museums. That's what I would do every weekend, is I would like try and find some like historic place or a museum or something to go to in Paris. And one of the weekends I went to the catacombs, and obviously it's a very historical place, but like seeing all those bones in person, going down all the stairs, like it was, I hesitate to say it was cool, because it's ultimately like a place mired in tragedy. You know, all these people, most of them died of the plague. Most of them couldn't even afford their own grave. They had to be buried in mass graves that were later exhumed and are now... No, I didn't touch any of them. I don't know why Twitch blocked that message, but I didn't touch any of the bones. But I don't know. It was very cool, but like people, so since I studied abroad in Paris for summer, people would be like, what do you do when you're in Paris? And they're like, I want to go to the catacombs. I'm like, are you prepared? Are you like, do you really know what you're walking into? Because it's not just like going to the Louvre. It's not even like going to a cemetery. It's completely different. Macabre. Yeah, that's a good word. I love that word. And Danse Macabre by Saint-Saëns. One of my favorite classical pieces, if not my favorite. I don't know. Changes. What was I talking about before that? Paris, catacombs. Oh, Chopin, whatever. When I was at the cemetery where Chopin was buried, his grave was just covered in Polish flags, and Polish memorabilia and everything. And I thought that was very sweet, that even though he was buried in France, and honestly, I think he's maybe known by a lot of people as like a French composer because a lot of his pieces are titled in French. I thought it was cool to see people proud of his heritage in that way and all of that. Like, I don't know. Why are all of his pieces in French? Is it just because that's the standard for classical music? Like, this is the kind of thing that I get worried that I don't know and that someone's gonna hear and be like, oh my god, you're not a real classical music fan. I don't know why I have that fear, because I don't think I've ever been chump-checked like that before. I think I'm just, I don't know. Two peas in a pod in that regard. I didn't even know Marie Curie was Polish. What? Okay, this knee is broken. She's a volleyball player. History nerd imposter syndrome. Yeah, that might just be the consequence of playing a game in the paradox adjacent sphere. Wait, Jillian, you don't know that the what did I get wrong once? I don't know. About the Fashoda. I don't know about the Fashoda incident, no. Wow, okay. Damn, Marie Curie, wow. She just kind of got the short end of the stick all around. Speaking of stick, I think I'm gonna move her arm. No, I think I can keep it. I think it's fine like that. Okay, let's just go all in on the details on the scepter to distract from the shitty perspective and anatomy elsewhere in the drawing. France and Britain nearly started World War I between themselves over a bit of land in Africa. Yes, I do know about colonialism and the scramble for Africa and all that. I was actually talking to my parents last night about World War I because my grandma's birthday is coming up. She's gonna be 85. And you know, I always do, you do the math. She was born in 1940. And so I asked my dad, I was like, well, did her parents fight in either of the world wars? And we just sort of got into a conversation. I'm giving you this context so that you don't think I just spring World War I and World War II conversation on my parents unprompted. Not that it like really matters. Interesting segue. Yeah. So we were talking about it with my parents, and I never have like studied history formally. I think if I could go back and do college over again or whatever, I say this as if I graduated a million years ago, I think I would want to major in history and specifically look at some point in America within the first 40 years of the 20th century, just because it's such a like fascinating time period to me, the way that everything changed so rapidly. Not even the world wars. Like, anyway, why did I bring this up? Oh, just because we were talking about like the causes of World War I and what brought it about, and honestly, some of the truth of it, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, it's just that post-industrial revolution, people had started making these weapons, these machine guns, these methods of killing people that had never before been seen, and they kind of just wanted to test them out. No? I remember being taught this, and obviously it is more complex than that, but like it's an interesting consequence. You left the stream at volleyball and come back at World War. Honestly, pretty similar in some regards. History was so interesting, but the way it's taught in schools makes it so uninteresting. Yeah. I think I took some interesting history classes. I was IB in high school, and so I took different history classes than most of my peers who would just take like A-push. I had to take history of the Americas, where we also learned about like the Mexican-American War, and basically just spent like 2 years breaking down like 2 decades in history, the Gilded Age, and then leading up to World War I. And I think that was fascinating, and the level of detail that we were able to go into, compared to my friends who were in A-push and would go through decades every class period and have to know a startling amount of detail about them. I mean, I still didn't know detail for sure, but anyway. Do you have any funny college freshman stories? Unfortunately, not really. I do have some funny stories, but I don't know if they're funny, haha funny, or funny like sad. I can try and think of it, but I started my freshman year of college in 2020 when things were still heavily locked down for COVID. And so I missed out on a lot of, I think, normal freshman experiences. My first 3 weeks of college, I actually had to like quarantine and self-isolate in my dorm. It's still something I'm a little mad at, actually. My college, I went to college in Chicago. I live in Tennessee. If you came from one of the southern states that had higher rates of COVID, you had to like isolate. And so I got there in college. I got to Chicago. All my teammates were from. Hello? Sorry, I just didn't think anyone would talk to me. I'm distracted. Anyway, basically just all my friends got to go out and do COVID freshman stuff, and I had to be like, haha, sorry, I'm from Tennessee, so I have to stay in my dorm. And that was the first time I experienced discrimination. No. I don't know why I said that. I'm just gonna copy and paste this. Fuck this. I don't know why I'm trying to make it so even. You can skip? Well, this is the last song. Okay, I'll put your Undertale playlist on. This, fun fact, is the song that got me into playing piano again. It was the first song I learned on piano after, like 6 years of not playing piano. The title is good. The title's good. So much of your British school history lessons are just learning to memorize dates rather than focusing on actual interesting parts like anthropology. Yeah, I mean, so who else mentioned IB? Did I hallucinate? Oh, Nocturnal Bean said IB. You love the way history was taught to you. 27. Yeah, for some reason, so IB, if you don't know, International Baccalaureate. It sounds really, obnoxious. Basically, it's just like a high school program. It was started, sorry, my tablet disconnected. The idea behind it was for like children of diplomats. Shuffle? Okay, I wasn't sure. Sometimes you can't shuffle a playlist. The idea is an education the same across the world. So a standardized curriculum. To an extent, you have to kind of shake it up a little bit because of like regional and high school, whatever. I did IB. And because I did IB, I had to take this history class that was different from my peers. I had to take some other classes. My tablet is still not plugged in. What the fuck? Hold on, sorry. Let me figure this out. Where I'm going with this is that I was introduced to the idea of historiography in high school. And I think I just got a different history education. Sorry. Why won't you plug in? Come on. Okay, we're just gonna fully unplug it and try again. It's a different magnet program. Yeah, I think it's just that like the standard American public school education system is so flawed that we have to introduce IB, AP, all these other ways of making our children not stupid. You know what I'm saying? The stream tags are chill, cozy, girl. It's funny, I don't think my stream is chill or cozy, but I feel like that's what people look for when they look for female streamers. And so I put that there. And then hope that whenever anybody decides to click on my stream, I manage to say something funny enough to get them to stay. This is cozy? Okay. I feel like when I'm playing Crusader Kings and I'm crying at the way that the UI is operating, that's not very chill. But this one could be. Hold on. History is much more fun when you know that maybe that ancient said correctly. Maybe I'll catch that. Historian made up things, but he's still the only source. Is this what that Netflix show is about that everybody hates? What is it called? I don't know. The thesis is that there was an ancient civilization who predates history as we know it. And my dad was really into it, and I mentioned that on stream once, and people were like, shut up, that's not real. Fuck that show. See? People have very strong opinions on it. I forget what it's called. The guy basically goes around and he asks like historians and archaeologists, and he's like, what do you think of my theory? And they're like, your theory is wrong. And he's like, this clearly, they are all engaged in some massive conspiracy. Bobert Blue, thank you for the follow, by the way. Ancient Apocalypse. Yeah, that sounds right. Not Kunk on Earth. Don't like that show? Yeah, I didn't realize. And then, okay, so I mentioned this to my dad. I was like, Dad, I told the people what you're watching and they were really mad. And he was like, no, that makes sense. Like, I can see how anybody with a baseline understanding of history would get mad. I've never watched it with him. I don't know what it's really about. It destroyed the History Channel? Really? Like, because all of their credibility is gone? I love this song. I think Chapter 2 of Deltarune might have my favorite Toby Fox music of all time. This and A Cyber's World is just, I think, two of the best pieces. And I mean, I fucking love his other stuff. Pandora yeah. I love Queen from Deltarune so much. That's one thing that's annoyed me about our place, not our place, W Place, is severe lack of Queen-focused artwork. It's all Spamton and Tenna and Noelle and Ralsei, and not enough Queens. Not enough Lancers either, honestly. Can be fixed. I did make a Queen Ars. I just love the chords. I don't know. You love Lancer? I didn't know Lancer was like a little kid. But he's very cute. I thought he was like an actual enemy. Cause when I first played Deltarune, I had never watched anyone play it, but obviously you know, see, if you're on the internet, you engage with the fandom. I feel like my scepter looks weird and crooked, and that's okay sometimes, but if you're a sorcerer, you can't have a crooked scepter or all the hoes will laugh at you. Sorry, that wasn't that funny. He comes in on a tricycle with flames. I know! His dad calls him a bouncy little pumpkin. That's so cute! And he likes Susie so much. If your scepter is crooked, please see a doctor. That looked fine. Oh, I didn't even cue this! Wow, serendipity. She's kind of Alice in Wonderland. Yeah, I can see that with the floatiness. I don't want to draw her fucking legs, though. Maybe I should just make her, I don't know, like that. But that doesn't work. Now it looks like she has no legs. Goblins will see a set. Okay, unrelated. What do I text the guy back? What do I say? Because, like, there's two ways that we can do this. Is I can really go for it and be like, hey, it was great to meet you. Like, what if I asked if he has any shows coming up? Would that be crazy? Because he's a musician around here. He's a what it do white boy. He's a okay. Also, I know a lot of you are musicians or musician adjacent. Is drummer red flag, green flag, beige flag? What do we think? What's the consensus? I don't know this shit. I need to be told what to do in terms of communication with people. Oh, okay. Here we go, as a dude. Generally speaking, the ancient historians a lot of times might have asserted general or anything else. History is generally speculative. No, that's so interesting. And I mean, that's, I think, okay. I feel like I want to offer such a nuanced take to this that everyone's like, wow, Jillian's so smart, but you put it very well. And that's part, I think, of both the fun and the challenge of history is the way that people gravitate towards stories in general. And so what gets preserved might not be necessarily always even the truth. Yeah, that's the best I can do. Is the music loud for other people? I can turn it down. I feel like that is... I had no idea that was going to be as much of a concern as a Twitch streamer and a YouTube stream and a YouTube person is just the music is always too loud. Wait, hold on. I need to get back on the drummer consensus. Webby says green. Decride says drummer is based. Neutral until further notice. I think that's a good place to start. Men should start in jail and have to work their way out. Someone once said. Not me, though. Oh, Emmy, thank you for the resubscription. This is also not chapter 1, but it's one of my favorite Toby Fox songs. Drummer lore. Green drummers are chill. Drummers usually safe. Marching band drummers are insane. I don't know if he was in marching band. He did play football in high school. So we have a very interesting combination of boy here. Green light. Concert idea is perfect. Yeah. I think that's maybe where we should go. They are typically in high demand amongst local music scenes. That's kind of why I think I am bringing... Oh, high demand in terms of like work, not like romantically. But that's one of the things that I was really kind of caught up in is like, this guy is a drummer. He's touring with a band right now. Not like anybody I've heard of, unfortunately, or maybe fortunately. Like, surely he doesn't need to get the number of some random girl who is not particularly cute looking at this podcast, who honestly didn't get the chance to showcase her stunning personality by the time he asked for her number. They gotta work hard, bro. Yeah, that seemed to be his sort of MO, was like, he's like, I just need to lock in, I just need to work harder, basically. Stop, I'm just being realistic here. I literally, like, did my makeup in the car. I was wearing a hoodie that I fucking slept in. I straightened my hair a couple of days ago and then brushed it out today. So it's very Hermione Granger bushy hair. Like, not even, like, curly. Like, I'm just being realistic here. Anyway. So you understand, though, right? How, like, I feel like people talk about, like, ooh, the drummer, ooh. Thank you, JMT Thoughts. JM Thought. I don't know why I added that thought. I will allow that message. I don't mean to, I'm not being self-depreciating for attention, just so we're clear. It's just year 1 Hermione or year 4? Year 1 Hermione. Like, you know how, honestly, it kind of looks like my character in the corner. Like, it's not even, like, curly. It's just kind of, like, frizzy volume. Did you meet him today? Yes, I met him today. I met him this morning. I met him 4 hours ago. Can't remember Hermione being so tall or having an American accent. Crazy. I'm sorry to Harry Potter post, by the way. It's just, you know, for bookish girls, there's a reason why they all latch on to Hermione as a kid. Especially when you have hair like her. No, I had not talked to him before that. Thank you, it's Ellie. When are we going to talk about horses? We can talk about horses. When do you want to talk about Horse with the Broom? Sweep anything nice lately? There's a horse on the thumbnail of my latest video. It has nothing to do with the video. I just thought people would maybe click on it. Guys don't notice the same stuff a girl will. Okay, well, was he, I don't know. Are you underestimating how many guys had crushes on Hermione growing up? I might be. I don't know, man. This is all, like, I feel like... I mentioned this earlier. I feel like some people just get it. Some people just understand interpersonal... Even, like, awkward people, like, can figure out the ins and outs of social... you know, not seduction, but you know what I mean. And you would think I read almost like exclusively romance stuff. Like you would think I would have some semblance of an idea, but no. Hey, so nice to meet you today. But what about that? What about my personality? Huh? There's no personality in that. Hey, it was nice to meet you today. Smile. I did not spend 3 hours of my afternoon breaking down our interaction on a Twitch stream, and if you were ever to find that out, that would be incredibly embarrassing. Get a drummer friend out of it? That's true. That's true. That is a good case scenario if he just wants to be friends. I'm okay. I don't have many of those either. Don't say smile. Okay, I would not say smile out loud. They're in the chat right now. If they're still in the chat, maybe I have a shot. You know what I'm saying? If it was like a, oh, I'm gonna check out, oh, she's live, oh my god. That would be so creepy, man. If somehow, oh man. Maybe I've made a mistake. I've never played Mass Effect, no. How long are y'all in town for if you have a show coming up? Well, he lives here. Why would I be, and I know he lives here because I asked him that. You said he's on tour? That's true. I honestly, he mentioned at the end of the recording what he was going to be up to, and I wasn't listening. I was making a YouTube thumbnail. What just unplugged? Ah! You know where he lives? I know in the general area, and I was very awkward about it. I have like a couple. That's like one of the safe questions with people. It's like, so where you're from, you know? And then you know what to say. Okay, he just said. There you go. Play Mass Effect. I don't know anything about Mass Effect, except I think I've listened to the music before. My freaking tablet came unplugged again! He's very music-y, yeah. His advice to all the musicians out there, by the way, was to practice with a metronome, which is something that in the almost 10 years it's been since I picked up piano again, I have attempted to do like 3 times, and I immediately get overwhelmed because I can't play with a metronome. I need remind you what he'll be up to because work overwhelming. You know how it is. Yes, it's very overwhelming to sit in the corner of a podcast and play on my laptop. No, I appreciate your advice. I'm being glib because this is very silly to me and also something I should just know how to do. But alas, I do not. Webby took charge of the conversation. I mean, what is the point of having friends with boyfriends if not to ask them how it happened? I'm honestly like, I don't know. Did I bother you like this when I went on my date last year? I might have harassed, I think I did. I can't remember. Gosh, it was only last year. That's crazy. He's also most likely not a Republican. Yeah, I will say. I'm like looking both ways before they say this. He did mention like one like Christian thing. Like mention something about like faith, which is not an immediate deal breaker. Obviously, it's just like if he's looking for a very Christly woman. He has not found one. You know? The last podcast guest we had, though, gosh, he kept bringing up Jesus. And he had like 8 kids. It was a lot. This looks like shit, by the way, these ruffles that I'm drawing. It looks like teeth. jillyeon. You are known for eating popes. Yeah, I have some connection to religion. I went to a Lutheran school as a child. I was baptized. I went to youth group. Like, I can keep up a little bit. I came back on to remind you that I'm also good at finding things. Okay, I can't, or I'll text you his name, but there's not a lot of stuff. I did a precursory look earlier. Cooking streams. I do need to learn how to cook. Oh my god, you know what I did? I figured out a life hack. So my parents and we went to a Mexican restaurant last night. And I ordered this combination where you get like an a la carte, like kind of like smaller burrito and an a la carte taco and rice and beans. And my parents were like, sorry, that's the sound of my pen hitting my microphone because I have my mic right in front of me. Like finding things. Oh, yeah. I think similar to how like knowing like cars is a dad thing, my mom has the mom finding thing gene. Like, what was it the other day that you found that no one else could find? For one, we went to a summer camp, like where my brother works a couple weeks ago, and my brother wanted goggles to swim in the lake, and like 2 staffers looked in the boathouse where my brother was like, I thought there was goggles, and they couldn't find it. My mom went in for 1 minute and was able to find it. But what was it that you found? Was it when we were out with Rowan for her birthday? I don't know. My mom is just very good at finding things. She's the Hufflepuff. Sorry, that's too much Harry Potter for one stream. Anyway, I sent you his name if you want to do the stalking. But he seems like pretty private. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Yeah. I don't remember what we were talking about before that though. Gosh, Undertale music is so good. Who are we stalking? The boy, of course. Who else? Oh, my religious background? Yeah. So anyway, I can keep up. And I can have an intelligent discussion about faith, and I respect people, but to a certain extent, I get a little scared about people who bring it up. I don't know. Streamer having a mostly offline boyfriend is that would be ideal, I think. But also it could make explaining what the hell live streaming is and what the hell my job is hard. Double-edged sword there. But like, if you're a man in his 20s, you know about live streaming. You know at least about Let's Play COD YouTubers. The leap from there shouldn't be too hard, I hope. Sorry, I'm trying to lock in and draw the legs correctly because they are what are giving me the most trouble. And I don't think I succeeded. Yeah, no. I think I have to draw another foot. I've never drawn a foot before. For as much as you all were teasing me about having a foot fetish earlier for making my Elden Ring character barefoot. I don't know what they look like. I mean, I know what they look like. I've just never drawn one before. Every streamer you watch is a streamer, YouTuber partner. I think just because, like, no matter how much YouTube or live streaming or whatever you watch, like, there's certain ins and outs of it that, like, this sounds so pretentious, but, like, only, like, another streamer can understand, or, like, only another YouTuber can understand. So I get that. Or even, like, I don't know. You're a Christian, you raised first off, I can use someone else's Christian. It's, yeah, there's so many different flavors, you know, and I don't know. The knees should be closer to the dress. Okay, I can do that. This is where like having like a knowledge of anatomy would come into play. Not in any weird way, but just in like an artistical study way. It's something that I've never really excelled in. Because I would rather learn how to draw anime eyes than how to draw fucking knees and legs. And that's why I'm not a professional artist. It's why I'm a professional whatever it is the hell I do. I don't even know if I made the knees closer to the, or if I just moved the legs up. Hello, fake Yenny. You're not a foot girl? No, I'm not. Sorry to disappoint. I know this is like very shoddy line work, but I can fix it later. Okay, I don't like this song. I don't know if Webby is still here. I do not like this song in Deltarune. I think because it has words. It's like, no, I feel like I'm an animatronic at Freddy's Pizzeria. Okay, I will skip. Freddy Five Night. This is another very sweet song that I learned on piano. Ugh. I didn't even get to do any fun coloring yet. It's all just been line art. Line art. Or like line fart owned. Maybe if I make the scepter extend down to the feet, people will not look at the feet. You have been talking? Yeah, only I am allowed to talk on my stream, not the vocals on any Toby Fox song. Have there been any streamers that I'm into lately? Honestly, I don't really watch a lot of streamers. Honestly, I'm really obsessed with like Ludwig and like Ludwig's sort of like circle of influencers. You know, all them. I just think they're very authentic and funny, which is a rare combination. And so I was watching like, oh, you know what I was watching? Actually, that was interesting is, so like I said, I like Ludwig. And I watched his, the Ludwig eats his last meal thing that Mythical Kitchen does. And I've seen Josh before because I've watched the Try Guys and he appears sometimes. And I always thought Josh was funny. But I didn't know that like it was basically a podcast. Like I don't know if anyone else has been recommended these videos, if you know what I'm talking about. Basically the idea is that like these chefs at Mythical Kitchen, they like get these celebrity guests, celebrity influencer, whatever, and they ask them like what their last meal would be. And it's like a multi-course, typically like their favorite foods, but then also like foods that like have like a lot of meaning for them or whatever. I did not see Ludwig's friend Connor try Puerto Rican food for the first time. Gosh, that must be a shock for a Welsh man who lives in Japan to eat anything from Latin America. But I was really intrigued by this podcast format. I don't know if they would consider it a podcast or an interview show. It felt like to me they were trying to do like a Hot Ones type thing. But so I watched a couple of other ones of those, like Hank Green has one. And it's like a very serious, they talk a little bit about like death, and I guess it's intrinsic to the whole like eating your last meal thing, but I've been recommended these videos, like YouTube has been trying to push them to me for a long time, and I've always just kind of thought they were like a food show, like, okay, Ludwig, what kind of food do you like? Okay, tell us why, tell us why you like Smucker's Uncrustable. Not like, what would your last words be if you could have one meal before, like actual serious questions. And then like Ludwig's dad died when he was younger. They talked about that, and they talked about his mom and what it was like. It was very deep, and that surprised me. And I think that's rare among a lot of the influencers that they interview, is like actual genuine sincerity instead of just bits. So to answer your question, I've been watching a couple of those, but honestly they kind of bum me out sometimes. So other than that, The Yard also, that's Ludwig's podcast. They started up D&D campaign, and I don't love it. I think it's probably more fun for them to play it than it is for me to watch it, but sometimes they say funny stuff, so I'm gonna keep watching it. Guy made a tier list for a bunch of death row final meals? No, I did not see that. Wow. I saw The Green Mile at like way too young of an age, I think, or maybe the right age depending on your perspective, but death row and like the idea of like, not to turn this into a bait about capital punishment, but it's always kind of freaked me out a little bit. D&D is like that much more fun to play than to listen to. Yeah, like I'm intrigued by their characters, and like I like them as people and as content creators, so I'm gonna keep watching. But as far as like the D&D campaign goes, like there are things I would rather be watching than other people play it. For the same reason, I could never, as much as I love Dropout and like all the people, I was never into D20 because I don't know if they're not. I don't know. Not trying to backseat. No, it's okay. Having the bottom half of the legs look shorter than the top half of the legs. Generally, it's best to draw the entire legs and erase the part of the legs that are obscured. But yeah, that would be the best way to go. Or to just not fucking draw the legs at all. Like, to know where the rest of the body is. That would be a problem. So say her butt's here. And then we have her legs. Like, her knee would be like here. We can move him up on out of the way. Oh my god, my tablet came undone again. Dungeon Delve by XP to level 3, a little more fast-paced and edited. Yeah, I think I just have the Zoomer brain and a long-term Dungeons & Dragons campaign, especially if it's people who I don't already know well. And then, like, I don't know. Haven't talked about Game Changer. You think it's the funniest show? It's so good. I do think, my controversial take, I think like half of the episodes this season were kind of subpar, at least compared to past seasons. But some of them so good. I literally, I think I rewatched the first Ratfish episode like every couple weeks. It's so funny. Or I don't know. Can't believe you made the stream. How many popes did we eat? So far, none. No popes eaten. I like this song though. I like this, and I like My Castle Town. God, what if I drop? Okay, idea. What if I just completely shifted? I'm gonna literally just watch. Just hold on a second. Hold on. First Ratfish, a bug with a big ass, truly cheddar. It's so good. And Allie pretending to be Brendan Lee Mulligan, and then deciding halfway through she's just gonna like become extremely vulgar. Grandma Sweetie, Jess's landlord character, like I would watch an entire season of Dropout Ratfish episodes, and then it sucks because I think the guests that they brought in just kind of killed the vibe, honestly. So that's why I only really watched the first episode. You get the feeling they might be running low on ideas. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the draw with Game Changer, right? Is if you're successful on changing the game every time, how far can you change the game before people don't want to watch it? Or what do you do when you have a successful episode? I don't know. I thought 1 year later was really good. So okay, here's what if we just ditch the floating, everything that's giving me problems, and we just rotate the torso, and now she's standing. And maybe I do something. If you were here at the beginning of the stream, I had like kind of the idea of like a circular composition. Maybe we figure out a different way to accomplish that. I don't know. Roulette, dude, roulette had me dying, and I was so happy because I felt like the episodes before that were kind of mid a little bit. I mean, still good, and most of the Dropout cast is funny enough that even with a kind of mid premise, I think they can still make an entertaining episode. Did you just try moving the legs under her skirt to adjust how long they are? Yeah, but I decided I am sad and don't want to do it anymore. The Olympics was good. I didn't like it as much. I don't know. I'm excited if it makes some noise to boot up again, though. some kind of game designer on board to help troubleshoot some of the issues, because a lot of the issues Ratfish had were game design issues. Huh, I didn't consider that. They would benefit from, like, classical game designers for sure. Okay, so imagine this. I fixed the torso, like, a little bit. And then what kind of pose do I want to do here? Like, just standing? It's kind of a boring-ass pose, though, but you know what? If it means I get to finish drawing. Triangular composition could work with the staff and the head being the highest point. So, like, bring the feet together. Hold on. Let's fix the torso a little bit. Did I merge it back together? Why did I do that? Oh no, I just didn't ever put it on its own layer. Hold on. It's time for some surgery. Sorry, sometimes Nightbot just spams the chat a little bit. You have to ignore that. They peaked too early in the season with 1 year later. Yeah, 1 year later was so good. I thought, the one where they bid on the different premises, I thought that was good too. I'm blanking on what else they did this season. Who Wants to Be Jacob Wysocki was cute, but it wasn't funny to me, I don't think. And honestly, that's kind of why I watch Dropout, is because I think it's, I wanna laugh. Fuck your sincerity. Earnestness. I just died of secondhand embarrassment for that one. I couldn't do it. I hate secondhand embarrassment. I really liked the crowd control episode, but that's because I like the comedians that they brought in. I think a lot of, like, Dropout fans disliked that one, but I really liked it. Just because I love crowd work in comedy. It's very funny. You have no idea what's being talked about? Oh, Dropout's Game Changer show. It's like a web series type thing. You might have seen some of it. It went viral because they do these episodes that, like, basically just kind of, like, psychologically manipulate and torture, like, a bunch of comedians. It's the company that spawned from College Humor. Dropout, get it? College Humor, Dropout, haha. And they do, their most popular show is a game called Game Changer, and as the name suggests, the game changes every time. It's not the same game show. It's you know, one time the rules are this, one time the rules are that, whatever. And there was a new season that recently concluded, season 8, I think. And even though the cast is immensely funny, and this is probably the most funding Dropout has had, it was a little rough. I think some of the episodes, because there's only so many ways that you can change the game. There's only so many different ways. There's only so many game shows and games that you can pivot off of. What program am I using? This is Paint Tool Sci. I don't know, people. I know a lot of artists use it because, like, it was kind of the drawing program like 10 years ago. I think most people now use, like, Clip Studio Paint or even just Photoshop. But I like it. It's just what I've used for so many years that it's all I really know, honestly. And I don't draw enough to merit, like, a full shift into another program. Not every episode of every season is a banger. Yeah. What game are you gonna use to respond to the Drummer Boy? Drummer Boy is funny. I don't know. I will probably just say, hey, it was great meeting you. I hope you enjoyed the podcast recording. Smile. The name in chat of the software is Paint Tool Sci. What we're referring to is a streaming platform called Dropout. Their logo looks like this. And the show itself is Game Changer. There you go. Ooh. Alright, I need to figure out what I'm gonna do with the legs. And then I think I'll slap some basic ass colors down to see if I like where the composition is going. And then I will probably end the stream there and try and work this out off cam where I can cry and beg the gods for artistic skill and inspiration. I mean, if we're going with like a triangular composition, we need to figure out where her fucking hips are, for one thing. She's so pretty. What's her name? She's my Elden Ring character. Her name is Gemini. And I recently beat Elden Ring. And I literally just made her as like a one-off, like, she wasn't based off anything. I just picked the astrologer class. She could be a twin. I haven't really fleshed out her lore that much, mostly because I don't really understand Elden Ring lore. But she could be. That would be cool. But anyway, yeah. So she just is a member of the. She was like the astrologer base class, and I'm really attached to her. Because I beat Elden Ring recently, and I watched her die probably hundreds of times. Yeah, I think I'm totally gonna redo this, I think. Not like everything, but like the chest area, the clothes. I've mostly just been talking this straight rather than focusing on making the greatest possible artwork I've ever done. Please make her actual star sign be Cancer or Scorpio. I view her personality as very driven, very intense, very serious. Honestly, she might be a Virgo. I don't know. I just liked how Gemini sounded. I could have named her after any of the zodiac signs, except maybe Capricorn. Spanish Dark Souls call that Elden Ring. Stole that from Nick the Yo. I wish I was as quick as Nick with stuff like that. I think I tried to on stream sometimes and it just comes across very cringy. She's for sure an Aries. She could be an Aries, a fire sign. I have like no fire in my chart whatsoever. Do you know that? Those of you who know anything about zodiac signs, like I have like pretty much only cardinal signs and I have no fire. Oh, okay. Hello, Megalomania. I said I was going to figure out where her legs were and then I just drew two random ones. Your knees are not going to be that low. Cancer isn't the best name either. Yeah, no. As the tier list goes for naming yourself after zodiac signs, Cancer's definitely F tier. Sagittarius also not great. Leo S tier. Do it. You and I have no hips. Whenever I need to test audio, which is often, I use Megalovania. I think I want her leg or her feet to be facing that way. Do you think you're more Cancer or Leo? That's a good question. I remember we went to Mojo's once and we were comparing our zodiac signs and this is when we thought you were a Cancer. You were like a Cancer Sun, Capricorn Moon, Libra Rising or something like that. Which is crazy because I'm a Capricorn Sun, Libra Moon, Cancer Rising. And I was like, oh my god! Leo Rising, okay. Still, there were a lot of things in common. You're on the cusp date, yeah. I don't know, I think you have a bit of both. I mean, unfortunately. Maybe she has a dislocated hip from getting hit, yeah. Godfrey got her one too many times. Actually, Godfrey was easy. It was Malekith that gave me the most trouble. Fuck that guy. Like, does this pose make sense? And then, like, do I want to put a circle behind her? Like a moon or some shit? We could also try and do, like, the Gemini sign here. Maybe I make her... I don't know. Art is hard, you guys. Cancer Rising is the newest Suzanne Collins book. I think it's funny, not to turn this into an astrology discussion, but in the few times that I've had people like guess my zodiac sign, people say Cancer. I really feel like one now because the stereotype for Cancer is that they're crybabies, and I feel like I'm I cry every day about one thing or the other. I cry about movies, TV shows, books. I cry when I think about how proud of myself I would be a couple years ago versus, I cry so damn much, guys. I'm just not emotionally well, I think. That's not funny. Could be more dynamic. Yeah, my initial plan was, but I struggled. Ugh, I swear I'm a good artist, you guys. My strengths lie in coloring and that's about it. Cancers are hypersensitive, yeah, and they're very motherly. But I'm not the mom friend. I'm never the mom friend. I'm the judge friend. I'm like, why do you need a mom friend? You need to get your shit together. You think you're the dad friend? That would be Capricorn. Capricorn is seen as the father of the zodiac, and Cancer is seen as the mother. And my sketches can't even help me anymore because I completely pivoted. The zodiac sign in the back is a good idea. Well, then I would want to make the skirt like kind of align with this, or do it that way. I don't know. I had this in my head as like some big grand piece. We'll just break her legs. Or maybe I'll do a full-length fucking ball gown. No one says I can't. I can actually do that. Because like that's what this looks like in game. This is a very long, yeah. Then I don't have to worry about the fucking legs. So we'll just erase the skirts. Who cares about the skirts? Not me. What about Aquariuses? Aquariuses are seen as very individualistic, intellectual, and a little bit weird, I would say is a pretty good way of summing up Aquariuses. I don't know. Switch to doing a bust drawing. Just fucking bam, Gemini, easy. And I'll just put here's the Elden Ring back here. You just say, damn, it lines up perfectly. I don't know how I feel about astrology. I think most of it is, I just think it's fun. More so than I believe in it, like, really influencing my life or anything like that. But I don't know. I think, like, a lot of pseudosciences, it's whatever. Gemini, you are one. So Gemini is another air sign, so it's associated with intellectualism. Most air signs have to do with like conversation, mental stimulation, not to say that other signs aren't. Gemini, people say that it's a little bit more chatty, a little bit more conversational. Some would say two-faced. That's the stereotype, is that, you know, Gemini, the twins, that like you can kind of take on any personality. But I would say I associate Geminis with like quick intellect. Like Aquarius is just kind of like knowing stuff. Gemini is more just like being quick. Does that make sense? You second Sagittarius. So Sagittarius is a fire sign. Sagittarius is kind of known as like the sign of like explorers and of like travel a little bit. Like people who like to adventure. I think they're outgoing. And Sagittarius is associated with optimism and like hope a little bit. I don't know. I will say my dad is a Sagittarius, and I don't know if that all fully aligns with him. You would like it more if you related to your sign at all. Libra. Libra, I have a Libra moon, and so I feel like I have a lot of Libra tendencies. Libra is like all about like balance and all about harmony and wanting people to get along, wanting peace, and like fairness. That's what really resonates with me, is like I get so fucking annoyed when things are unfair. And I always have. And I think, and like I hate fighting when people are fighting or any kind of tension. And so that's what I sort of associate with Libra. But Libra's also an air sign as well. So more mental, intellectual, just kind of more of like, okay, so if Aquarius is like knowing things, Gemini is like quick wit, Libra is like social knowledge. Do you like coloring books? I do not like coloring books. Who's next? Can you explain what moon means? So this, I hope we're all enjoying our astrology lesson here. The idea is behind astrology. I think most people are familiar with like the sun sign system. Depending on when you were born, the sun is in a certain position in the sky, and that influences your personality to an extent. With that in mind, there's this idea that at the time that you were born, every planet, if you think about the solar system, and you break it up into 12 sectors, at the time that you're born, every planet is going to be in its own sector, including the moon. And so in addition to having like a sun sign, you have a bunch of different other signs. I don't know. I feel like such a the stereotype is like, I don't know. I feel silly explaining it, but it's interesting. People believe this as like religion and law and a determining factor in arranging marriages and everything a long time ago. So regardless of how true it is, you think it is now, I still think it's interesting to study and know about as like a historical artifact in a little bit. Ever plan on doing more AGOT? For sure, definitely. I didn't know with that mod, I didn't know that the character customizer, like people say it's like the best character customizer mod, just bar none, out of Crusader Kings mods. And thank you. I think you said you liked this drawing. Thank you. You're confused, how does this all work? You kind of have to go to like an online calculator and you have to know what time you were born. Because that impacts the ascendant, which has a whole other plethora of things. That was your bird? I thought you just really didn't like astrology. You think she likes your streams? Good, thank you. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make the skirt longer and less billowy, I think. How do you know what signs you get along with? I don't think that's really something that anybody can answer, because I think everybody, this is the cop-out, I think everybody manifests through their zodiac signs in different ways. And so to boil it down to you get along with so-and-so doesn't make sense. I'm with you. I think it was V. I think you said it's just not a very dynamic pose. What if I did something with this arm? I will say, so when you go to my Elden Ring character, this was like her like spellcasting weapon, but I also used a katana. I would dual wield with like the scepter and a sword. Hold the staff with both arms. That could also work like a... You're a Leo rising, thinking that means you're outgoing. It just, I would associate it with like being confident in yourself, maybe. Or at least confident with attention, if that makes sense. Like across her body. Yeah, let's pretend for a moment. You guys want to know a drawing life hack? So, oops, hold on, let me get rid of all that. This is like one of the few anatomy tips I know. Our Aquarius is evil. No. I think, honestly, I think Pisces are a little bit evil. A little bit. You can have her like stepping up on a rock. That could work. Or maybe I just take the L and go with a very boring ass pose, which is what I do most of the time. So, drawing tip. Let's say you make a circle at her joint, and then you make a circle where you want her hand to go. You make a line, and then you bisect it. Hold on, how does this work? Well, normally it's better even if it's not straight across. Let's say I want her hand to be here. You make a line, bisect it. That's where the elbow goes. Bam. Easy. In hindsight, this seems very obvious, but it's helped me out a lot. Or like, let's say I want to put her arm up here. Bam. Easy. Arm. Look good. It actually doesn't look very good. Fuck. Forget this. Maybe I did it wrong. Don't listen to me. My MBTI. I am, INTJ. I think. I say I think. I know that's the result I last got. I don't know if I fully resonate with it. You're only evil because you torment the characters in your books. Hey, Pisces is associated with imagination and dreaming, so yeah, I would go with that. Torturing people in an imaginary world. The thing about INTJ is that, like, if anything you look up, it's just like cold, heartless, unfeeling, and like maybe I was just feeling very Redditor when I took it, because I don't think I'm that at all, or maybe I'm misinterpreting INTJ. Okay, we're just gonna erase this arm entirely. Honestly, how about I erase everything and I make a new drawing? How about I give up? How about I turn my computer off? What is that? Oh, it's bone trussel. What? Why did it sound weird to me? We're gonna actually just merge everything together also. This is no longer line work, this is a working sketch. INTP here. I think that's probably what I am if I were to take it again, but I don't want to take the quiz again. You're the only E in the chat. Honestly, so I've taken the Myers-Briggs test a couple times throughout my life, and I feel like every time I've taken it, I become more and more extroverted. Like at one point I took it and it was like 99% introvert, and now I think I'm at like probably like 60 or 70. The astrology people gave you a chart. Okay, the chart can be hard to acknowledge, but honestly I don't really know how to read charts either. The most important thing is knowing what signs you have in what planet. You don't remember your MBTI, but your brother was jealous you had the same one as Walter White. Well, I have the same one as pretty much every single supervillain out there. So, also House and Sherlock Holmes, because I just love detail and I'm super logical and I don't know. Do we like that? That's my tablet game. No, it's not good. Or let's just erase all of this. Let's just erase everything but her face. Your sun is in Aries in the 5th house. The 5th house is the house of, like, when you think of the 5th zodiac sign, that would be... Sorry, I only know my chart. My 5th house is in Scorpio. The 5th sign, I don't know. Look it up. Okay, so let's maybe make the robe. I want to like mess with this a little bit more and give her a more interesting neckline for one. So let's do that. Let's shift all this around to line up with that. And now we could hide the hand behind. I can cut this short and show her legs, and she can do something interesting with the legs. I like the idea of having her step up on a rock. That's a good way to add some dynasticism. I don't know if that's the word I'm looking for here. Or like a skull, maybe. Maybe I pick up like to celebrate since I beat Elden Ring. I put fucking Malekith's dead skull here and have her step on it. Is that a sword? This is... Oh, and then we can have her sword hanging here. No, I like this. This is very good. Radagon's skull. Yeah. Is he the lion dude? I don't remember. I didn't pay attention. I did pay attention. They just all have the same fucking name. Melania, Malekith, Mala something. She reminds you of Sailor Moon. I'll take that. I mean, I have connected her to the moon a little bit. What do we think of that pose? I cut the robe a little bit. I make it like a high-low. There's a lot of lines. I know you can't see. But we have this leg like on the ground. Bam, leg on the ground. We have her stepping on the rock. And then we have her sword in this hand. And then I put... Oh my gosh, you guys. We've kind of made the Gemini zodiac sign. A little bit. With like her body and this. And then we put that in the back, maybe a little bit. Maybe I straighten this out. I straighten out the staff a little bit, so then it's more like two. No, I like it crooked. Or I like it rotated more than I like it straight up and down. But straight up and down also works. I beat Elden Ring and all I got with this hat. I'll give her the Elden Ring. What am I drawing? I'm drawing my Elden Ring tarnished. Her name is Gemini. This is the initial pose I went with 3.5 hours ago. As you can see, we've sort of taken a detour. Crooked is much better. Yeah, the straight up and down just doesn't work. Is that what I had before? Yeah. Oh, bad. When it's tilted, it's like she's casting something. Yeah, that's what I'm going for. And maybe I can really amp up her expression. Because right now it's kind of placid. And like make her angry. Focusing. Focusing, Gemini. What are you focusing on, Queen? Oops. Let's see her teeth. That doesn't look right. This mouth is too anime. I don't know. I'm not good at mouths. Honestly, most of the time I just want to do like a little line. Why have I been replaced by— I'm Selin! I'm the sorceress Selin from Elden Ring. Unless this is what you meant by give her some buck teeth. I do— oh, somehow her little sunburst has disappeared throughout all my revisions. I'll do a better one later, but just so that we get the idea. Just did the test your INFP T. I forget what the T, all that shit means. Okay, let's make it. I want to take the test. What's my PC specs? I have no idea. I ordered— it's a pre-built iBuyPower PC, I think from Costco. I think is where I got it. And my specs are good. That's what my specs are, is good. And that's all I've got. Okay, I like her hand being just like laid down with like her heavy ass sword. So what I actually use is called like the Moonveil Katana. Is what it was called. What makes a katana? Is it like the kind of square end? I don't know. This is where a good artist would look up a reference, but not me. I'm just gonna wing it until I absolutely need to look up a reference. The one that Weeb's like, no, I know. Because Wizpig fucking loves them. Okay. Let's get this together. I want to work on this, but like I don't want to stream it because it's gonna be tedious. If you had her hair flowing a bit in the wind. Yeah, that would work. What kind of shape do I want to go with? Okay, we're doing kind of like a inverted triangle-esque. I don't know. I think that's what we do. Is that sort of vibe. A is assertive, T is turbulent. A is assertive, T is submissive. JK. Dude, Twitch sent me. Do you remember last year they did September and literally everyone made fun of it? They're fucking bringing it back. I thought they would change it for sure. But nope. We're doing September again. Like, come on, Twitch. I think other people are using that title. I don't know. I should retake the MBTI thing. I've taken a gazillion personality quizzes. That's one thing that like volleyball coaches, or the volleyball coaches that I've had, this won't be another volleyball anecdote, don't leave. That's one thing that like volleyball coaches love, is to like force everyone on the team to take a personality quest. And one time we did the disc test, and the idea of the disc test is that like you have like a group take it and they all get sort of like plotted on these axes. And this was like, I don't know if Amanda's still here or Webby's still here. I don't know if she remembers. But the way that it worked is that this was like dominant. This was like, I don't remember. S was like sensing. Like these all were like good and like basically like you're cool. And C was like cautious. Like all of these were like very powerful adjectives, and C was cautious. And what they would do for your team and for everybody who took it is that they like plotted them all together. And my team was like literally like everybody in D, couple people in I, and then like one person like in S, barely. And then fucking this was me down here, like alone. And then I might have been, yeah, let me look it up actually. Okay, dominance, influence, steadiness, and then I promise you it used to be cautious. Now it's I can't fucking say that word. I'll write it down. Conscientiousness. Conscientiousness. The S's and the C's are where I struggle, you guys. Yeah, but I swear to God, when I took it in like 8th grade, it was cautious. I think they changed it. And yeah, that was just a fun moment. Cause like, obviously you know, like, okay, you're different from everybody else, but to see it plotted out was insane. There was like I remember, this was like one of like the more validating. It actually stands for big cry baby. Yeah. And I wouldn't find out until later, but I was a very big crybaby even then. I would get really emotional about like volleyball, not about like my team winning or losing, but about like me doing good or bad. And so I would cry a lot, and my coaches didn't like that. It stands for cancer. It stands for content creator, baby. So the way that the disc test works is that it's like a XY axis, and one of the values has to do with like, I think how far down you are into the negative Y. I don't know, I haven't taken math in a while, but you know what I mean, like far south you are. And I remember the woman running it, she was like, the higher your score in this, like, she's like, if you have a high score in this, like, I think these are probably like the smartest people like you've ever met, or like the smartest people out there or whatever. And like whoever I was sitting next to, I started laughing with them. And the woman like cold called on me, and she was like, what's so funny? And I was like, just that I have 100 in this one. I felt, I'm still going off, riding off that high. Because not only did it give me recognition, I got recognition in front of an entire crowd of people who maybe thought I was just some weird girl. No, I might be weird, but I'm also very smart. Conscientiousness and introversion are parts of the Big 5 personality quiz. That one is empirically proven. Yeah, I've heard about the Big 5 personality quiz. I don't remember, it might have been you or someone else in another stream was talking about, cause that's one other thing. So I got a master's in marketing, if you don't know. I graduated with a master's in marketing from business school this year. And one thing that business students, and that, sorry, I'm just realizing I don't actually know how to draw someone with one leg up on a object. I'm gonna have to look up a reference, but I kind of don't want to do that for now. One thing that business school students love is personality tests, and tests about your aptitudes, your professional work aptitudes, and how you are as a communicator and whatever. Draw the object. Yeah, but I haven't like decided what I want the object to be yet. I don't know. These are decisions that I should be making, but I don't want to. I want to color. Not like a coloring book. Like, my favorite thing to do is like shading. Broken pot. Alexander, no. Not Hamilton. Alexander coming back. Yeah, we're standing on Alexander the Pot's corpse. It does kind of look like Paul Revere leading the troops into battle, but that's okay. Make it the statue that covers your face. No, but that's Selin. We like Selin. She looks like she has her Gemini out. Well, just give me a second. I'm trying to figure out how her body works beneath her. No, that sounds. How can I phrase this in a way where I don't sound incredibly sexual? How about I distract all of you by texting the guy back and see if maybe he'll respond while I'm live on stream. I can't believe I haven't done that yet. I'm gonna say, it was great meeting you today. What? Oh, you weren't here. That was the whole story. Basically, I sit in on a podcast. I record I help with a podcast. The guest today asked for my number and gave me a hug, which makes me think it's not just for podcast business. Okay, what did we decide? Webby's not here. Attack of the Killer Queen. That's me. I'm the Killer Queen. Ha ha ha. Here, I'll draw her. I can't remember what she looks like. There. She's here. She's here guiding me. What did we just decide to say? I don't remember. It was great meeting you today. I hope you liked the podcast. Good to meet you. Ask if he's performing any shows soon. Should I wait? I thought we decided we should wait for that. Like, see if it comes up naturally. Fuck, I'm scared. I need Webby. Where is she? Why did she leave me? Did you do the podcast with him? I didn't record it, but I was there. Hope you had fun on the pod. Hope you had fun on the pod. Smile. No, I hate this. This happens every time. Is whenever I try and like think of something that isn't just for, I want to crawl out of my own skin. I hate this. That's why I struggle with it, is because it all makes me want to die. Don't say pod. Okay, I won't. I backspaced all of it. Hey, so nice to meet you today. Smile is what Webby said. She's good at this, I think. Act cool. I'm not cool. I'm streaming. I'm streaming myself drawing and I'm doing a bad job. Webby knows her shit. What was wrong with the original message? Nothing. It just made me want to die. It all. Oh, okay. Okay. Hey, so nice to meet you today. But I'm gonna do a silly emoji because I'm silly. Oh wait, what did Mayaman say? Hey, the podcast was really fun. And then ask about what you think the next one will be about. Well, I know what the next one's gonna be about because I get the guests. He was on the podcast that I control. Hey, Shoddy. I think you are fine shit. Someone earlier said, like, what's up, white boy? Oh, man. Last time this happened, here's what happened. Is I tried to do the same strategy. I asked it was a little bit different. I said, can I have your Instagram? And the guy said, yeah. And he gave me his Instagram. And then I DM'd him and I said like, hey, it was nice to meet you. And then I put like a dumb emoji to signify that I am not like other girls and that I am open to, and that I, do you know what emoji I put? Maybe this is where I went wrong. Let me find it. Some of you who were in the Discord might know because it became a bit of a joke. I said, hey, it was nice to meet you. I sent it with this troll emoji. Because I liked his vibe. thought he had a kind and silly disposition. And he left me on red! He didn't respond. And so then, like a week later, when I was pissed, I said like, damn, you didn't like the troll emoji, did you? I followed up. I was like, hold on, let me open it and see what I said. Oh my god. You said, yeah, because I was pissed. I just wanted to get answers, honestly. Okay, when was this? You might have deleted the DM. Is that a thing that can happen? I don't see it. Oh no, here it is. I just haven't DM'd that many people. Okay, okay, it's worse. It's worse than what I said. If I screenshot a message, can you guys see it? Can they? Actually, I don't care. Okay, so the way that it works is can you, if I screenshot on Instagram, will he see? Now I'm scared because it says he's active now, this guy. Whatever. I actually don't care. I'm trying to be big and nonchalant. I do care. I'm gonna do it anyway. Okay, I screenshotted it. Trying to get closure about the to be fair, this wasn't out of nowhere. It's like, so what happened was we went to like it was one of those, you know, like they pop up all over the place in these new cities that like don't have any culture of their own and need to invent things for young people to do. The like boozy mini golf type thing where you can like drink, there's like bar service, but then you also do like fun mini golf and it's like technological and whatever. We went to one of those for my sister's birthday and he was our waiter. And like the whole night, not to be the boy in the strip club who thinks the stripper's in love with him, but like I thought he liked me. Like we were talking the whole time. I thought he was cute. Like we had the same birthday. That was part of it. That's where it started, is he checked my ID and he was like, oh my gosh, we're the same birthday. That was the waiter guy. Yeah. And like even like my family thought, like my mom was like, okay, Jillian, like whatever. And so eventually when we're leaving, I was like, hey, can I get your Instagram? Oops, maybe I should have asked for his number. Whatever, I get his Instagram. You just shoot your shot around your sister. I don't know, maybe it's Leo season. Anyway, so after all this, we're like, if you can't tell about me, I would never just randomly shoot my shot with someone I think is cute. Like, my self-esteem is so low, I can't even conceive that, but I'm like, whatever. Anyway, I DM him this on Instagram. And I misspoke. It was not a week apart. It was in fact 1 day apart, and he still left me on red. It wasn't even hi, nice to meet you, troll. It was just triple text. No, this was sent in like quick succession. This is basically one text. Is like, but I wanted the emoji to be by himself. Yes, I sent the emoji separately so that you can really see him. Look at him. Do you disagree that he has a a kind and friendly disposition? What happened? I think to look at my. I don't know how I didn't get a reply. I would totally reply to this, even if I didn't want anything romantic. I don't know. And it's not like my Instagram is filled with me like shooting guns and holding fish or whatever. I have like 4 posts, and it's like my high school graduation, or my volleyball senior night in high school, my high school graduation, my birthday like 4 years ago, and then I think my latest post is from like 2021. Like, I don't post on Instagram. There's nothing that could have, in the space that we spoke to each other, to when he received hey troll emoji. The right guy for you would absolutely respond well to that. I know. So that's why I think I followed it up with this. Is because I was like, okay, well, clearly he cannot match my freak. So why not try to get some answers out of this? I don't know. It's probably just he was being nice to get a good tip, and maybe felt pressure to give me his Instagram, and then when the weird girl, I don't know. Your chest hurts. Good. So what I'm getting from all of this is that I should not send hey troll emoji to to the guy who asked for my number today. Maybe he thought you were trolling or maybe insulting him. I'd never considered that. If anything, I felt like I would be like putting myself down. Like, this is me. I am approaching you with my gnarled stick and my large nose, and you double down. The troll needs to wait until after the first date. Second base as I show you my troll. I'm sorry. I literally just joined your first live stream. Nice riz. Thank you, Goulash Lover. It's been an eventful day. Somebody wants to talk to you. Or just like, you know, the meme where it's like, hey, you send like the dog emoji, and then it's like, hey, get back here, boy. Sorry, he wanders into pretty girls' DMs. It's like, oh, sorry, my troll. He escaped his enclosure. Imagine he finds this part of your live stream. Well, that's the problem. I mean, there are a number of concerns and problems that I have regarding potential suitor. No, sorry. But and it's like, I think it's one of them is like I outwardly present, I think, as a very normal person. But I don't know. He was flabbergasted. Honestly, yeah. I almost want to send a follow-up now and get some fucking answers. I meet a cute boy. I get his Instagram. I sent him a troll emoji. He leaves. Did you send? No, I didn't send the hey, nice to meet you message. Because where it started is it's the same philosophy, is that like, okay, I need to initiate this conversation in one way, but I need to prepare him that I am quirky and not like other girls, so I will do so by sending a strange emoji. August 4, 2024. Yeah, this is a story from last year that ultimately did not go anywhere. And then I was like, wait a second, remember my troll? Hold on. Whizpig, my mods Whizpig and Marshall, relentlessly made fun of me for troll emoji posting, and they still make fun of me for it. So they're messaging me right now. Your good-natured troll, full of wonder and full intentions, escaped containment and thought your DMs looked safe. Yeah, I think that's cute. I mean, I don't know, man. Just look at him, or look at this high-quality one. You know how in Crusader Kings, the intrigue lifestyle characters will lean forward to appear more trustworthy? It's working! I don't know, it literally... Okay. Back to my actual drawing. And I still haven't sent a fucking message. Trolled incident. What would you do if Drummer Boy sent this to you? I suppose I would be leery of the troll emoji, because it does maybe feel like you are insinuating that one or the other of you is a troll. Oh wow, a lot of you have joined my Discord today. My threat must have worked. Have the girl stand atop the troll. There's gotta be a troll that I can find in Elden Ring. Sorry. Send the troll to the nuded after asking about. I will find a way to incorporate the troll. He is a part of me. I don't know. I love. That's one of my most millennial traits is that I just fucking love emojis. Oh, I don't know if Ballwrinkle's still here, but he drew Gemini. Let's go. Gemini looks so cool. This is the vibe that I want to go for. If you're in my Discord, look at the Art of Jillyeon channel. Like, do you see how Gemini, she seems so serious? That's what I'm going for. And I feel like my style, because it's so anime, it doesn't look serious. I've always wanted to do serious artwork, but the eyes are too damn big. Troll emoji for Discord. I can add it to my Discord. Okay, I think I'll send the message. I'm not gonna include the troll emoji. I'm not gonna include the troll emoji. Okay, I sent this screenshot. Not that one. Not that. I sent this whole screenshot to Marshall, and I said, "Do you guys remember this?" And Marshall said, "I think about it often." There's the Gumbo artwork. Oh, Gumbo. I forgot about Gumbo. If you make her look older, you can get more serious. Yeah, I'll probably rework the sketch, and honestly, I might go live drawing again. Although I've kind of exhausted my stories. Maybe I can have an update by then. I don't know. The whole troll. I'm thinking about making it like a short. Even though it has nothing to do with my brand or gaming whatsoever. I mean, that's what all those other live streamers do, is they just go live and talk. Okay. Let's pretend we're normal. Let's pretend I'm a normal girl. Maybe I get a little bit silly. And what emoji should I use? Definitely not like an inhuman one, like say a troll. Probably one of the face ones. It helps the algorithm. Yeah, I just hate editing shorts because it's what I do for my job. A normal girl. The elf? No. How would I explain the elf? This is so hard. I just want to enter into an arranged marriage. Fuck all this. An ASCI emoji? That's a little too quirky. The wizard. The wizard is good. Arranged marriage with a troll. But like he's a troll to everyone else, not to me. You know what emoji I like is I like the one where the guy has like the fake glasses and the mustache, but I don't think that works. This is so hard. You know what? He sent the nodding emoji. Let me show you that one. Or sorry, the head shaking vertically emoji. Sorry, I just hit my mic with my headphones. Maybe I just copy and I do that. Okay, Wispix said I think about that too much in regards to my wait, what's up? Just say that the podcast was fun and you'd be down to talk about the next one beforehand. No emoji needed. Dudes are so easy if you just show them the most basic interests. That was one of the things. So I think earlier the question was, do you have any like freshman year stories? And one of them is just my friend. I was like, hold on. I didn't even mean to play dating start. Play it like date everything? Date everything? I don't know if you watch those streams, but whenever and it would get remotely romantic, I would be like, ew. Do not send the mushroom. I'm not gonna send the mushroom. He sent me, actually I think this one. Now that I'm looking at it, I think this is the emoji that he sent me. Send a Sean. No, I will not send a Sean Lu screen cap. Is that not like shaking your head? I don't know. And I think that's the way to go. It's just match the energy. And I mean, this is a calm and it's not quite the troll, but he has a calm and friendly demeanor. Sean Lu quote then. Hey, do you want to what crap? Siggy 3 is the perfect dating sim because when you don't like somebody, you can murder them and bang their mom. We miss so many steps in the meantime, you know? In the game, you can just click it and then it happens. In real life, you have to say hi and pick the right emoji to send. Anyway, where I was going with this is this story is that like my freshman year, there was another girl. I got to college and like all the other girls had like way more experience and stuff. And I was like, I've never had a boyfriend, whatever. And one of them was like, Jillian, men are so easy. And I was like, okay. And then I went home and somehow I told my mom that. I don't know, because that's where I was in my life. And my mom laughed for like a minute straight. He could be like Johnny Splash, but as a drummer. I don't love that we're contextualizing all of this for video gaming. Can you hold a ball cock? Yeah, I forgot. Oh, I forgot about ball cock. I like everyone saying yes. Thank you guys. Men are easy relationships. I've never gotten that far, so we'll see. Okay. Hey, so nice to meet you today. And how about just a smile? How about just a happy... Ooh, what if, hold on, idea. What if I send this emoji? He sent this one, and I match, but do it a little bit different. And I send this one. What do you guys think? I hate this. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. The troll is here, or I could just send him the fucking troll emoji. Here he is if you need a reminder. You're overthinking. I know. I'm just gonna send it. I'm just gonna send it. Okay, I sent it. I sent it, it's fine. Imagine he's watching this stream. Well, then he should text me and say, hey, Jillian, watching the stream. Just wanted to let you know I didn't ask for your number in that way. I just actually wanted to ask about when the podcast was gonna be up, and I hugged you because I'm a nice man. Have you tried breaking into his house? No, I haven't. I haven't tried that. He is also overthinking what to send to you. Maybe. I mean, I wish it was easy. Know what I'm saying? How am I gonna do this high-low dress situation? Or should I just give her pants? Should I give her like a tunic and pants? That might work, actually. Does he know you're a streamer? I don't. That's part of the problem is like, I don't know really what he knows about me. Because like I said, I was late to the podcast. And so I'm sure there was some, you know, the guy who kind of runs it being like, oh yeah, Jillian, like she does editing or she's a YouTuber or whatever. Like, I don't know what was discussed about me. But at least when I was there, no, I didn't mention that I was, I just briefly, I said that I like did video editing, which is not a lie. That's the truth. All right. I don't want to make Gemini barefoot, but that's what was in the game. That guy was your hype man. I don't know. I honestly thought that the guy, I was surprised when he was like, yeah, Jillian's the best editor in the world over here. I thought he didn't like me. Because he's kind of stuck with me a little bit. The way that I got the job in the first place is that my friend, or like a girl who I knew, was doing his social media, or was basically doing the job that I was doing now for him while we were like in class. And then she was like, I'm gonna go get a real job and I need someone to take my place. Jillian, I know you have this like weird freelance thing going on. Also, you live local, like, also you do video editing. And she basically like referred me to it. What if he's in here right now saying exactly what to say? That'd be crazy. I don't think there's any way, unless he did some like serious stalking when he got home, which is exactly what I did. So not out of the question, I guess. If he sees the troll incident and loses interest, then he's not the one. And don't call it the troll incident, by the way. If he sends the troll emoji, that, I would be quite surprised if he sent the troll emoji. The trolling. Yeah, we do a little trolling, but not in the way that people think. I think you're a very interesting and cool girl. Thank you. I think it takes time to get to know me. I think I'm not, especially in real life, I'm not very confident. And you know, people say like confidence is sexy or whatever. Like, it's true. Like being all like, oh, I'm not good. Like, I think that devalues me. I don't know. What do you say? I did post on Twitter. I've just been in a very, I don't know, mood lately. I posted on Twitter like, now that Mercury is out of retrograde, does anyone want to get married? And some guy replied, and he got a couple of reply guys to be like, oh my god, dude, thank you for letting me borrow $10,000 or whatever. And I thought that was cute. I do love that bit. I love when the internet comes together for good. I don't know why I tweeted that also. It was just, I was like, I need to make a tweet. Like, I need to be funny. And I was literally sitting there, like, next to, like, my sister's friend's mom, like, mid-conversation with her. And I'm like, hold on, I have to tweet this. Okay, we seem to be off the Undertale soundtrack and onto the Hollow Knight soundtrack, but I'm not complaining. There's no way he would think of the troll on his own. It takes a very special kind of person to send the troll emoji, I guess. She looks okay. I guess I'm gonna have to come up with a better design for the clothes here. I could do like a shorter like tunic type thing. I don't know what I was thinking here. But then there were these like leggings that I would wear, that were like white capri, not me, but like my Elden Ring character. And they were kind of ruffled at the bottom like this as well. I don't know, man. Drawing is so hard. As a weird person, your best luck with dating has been to be weird after the first date? That's true, that's true. I just haven't been on many dates. No, literally, so I've been on two, both with the same guy, and I think he would have wanted to, I think he wanted to go on a third one, but I was not feeling it. Anyway, literally the first date, we went to like a ramen place, and my hand was shaking so bad, like the glass was like rattling, like I had to like pick it up off the table. And like he could totally tell how nervous I was, and I was so embarrassed. And also like he was like late, so it looked like I got stood up for a second at this ramen place. Do we like this pose? I mean, is it more interesting? I don't know if it's like anatomically correct or whatever. And I also know it's very messy, but it's gonna work. You've been on 0 dates. Do you have any advice? Well, the ones that I've been on were through Hinge, so good luck. I will say with Hinge though, this is something that I've seen like on Twitter. is that like have someone of the intended sex that you're trying to attract look at your Hinge profile, because like oftentimes like what they think would be attractive is not what you think would be attractive, you know? Or it's like they can see it with the eyes of whoever you're trying to attract. You know what I mean? You're not used to dating app? Yeah. Other than that, I don't know. I'm just the thing with like I'm with you in that like hoping to meet somebody randomly. Thing is, I don't fucking do anything. So unless someone comes to my house, which would be a red flag, you have to do things for that to happen. We just stared at each other with big autistic eyes. We used several hangouts until I was just like, I like you. And then we were a couple. And now you're married. So clearly something went right. I feel like I accidentally invented Link from Legend of Zelda. The absolute meanest and funniest thing anyone ever said to you was on your dating app. Do you care to share? I understand if not. I've gotten my own fair share of just the things people say to each other is so weird. If you had female friends, you wouldn't be on Hinge. Wind affect the skirt fabric behind her legs. I might just get rid of it because I think it's kind of taking up space and distracting from the flare out of the leggings, maybe. I don't know. You look for oh no! What? That's so maybe she didn't mean it like that. Maybe it was a troll emoji situation. I just get a lot of like when I say weird messages that I've gotten, it's like, damn, can you step on me? Or I want uppies or shit like that, just about how tall I am. It was rough, yeah. People on the internet. It's one thing when people are like, you're dumb or you're stupid, but like when they find a way to make it more specific, when they find a way to make it rude or you know, in a unique way. They cast attractive people in movies? Yeah. Hey, Bill Hader was in It, and I think Bill Hader is a very attractive man, so there you go. What am I gonna do, you guys? He hasn't responded yet, just so we're clear. And yeah, you're totally right that she's facing this way. Her... How do people draw, dude? How does it work? Who taught them that? I have to go to my grandma's in a second, but I'm keeping the stream up in the hopes that perhaps he will reply and I can crowdsource a response back. Crazy stuff being said in this very chat during previous streams. Yeah, people are weird. I don't know. Slutty emoji filled sending a bunch of people messages. You know that this means you're also would. You just went, huh? No one's ever pointed that out. Tinder, it's if you think of it like a game, it can be kind of fun. It's just, in my opinion, I think it can be kind of fun. It's just when it turns into like, okay, so are we meeting up? That it's like, oh, this isn't a video game anymore. Whoops. You can stream tomorrow when he replies. You don't think he's gonna respond until tomorrow? Oh, fuck. I have to go to my grandma's and the entire time I'm just gonna be sitting there watching my phone. Ugh. Sorry. I want to keep it like somewhat close to the actual astrologer's uniform that the Elden Ring game gives you. I'm off to my grandmother's house right. I do feel like I've ended a couple streams recently where I'm like, I have to go to my grandma's house. It's just because they live nearby and we just happen to, I don't know. My mom doesn't like to cook a lot of nights, and so if my grandma's like, you know what my grandma's doing? She's making pasta and then she's getting breadsticks from Olive Garden. Like she's ordering Olive Garden breadsticks and I'm so excited. If you found out someone you were talking to used their Twitch chat to craft a first text, you'd be flattered. Good. That's better than feeling insanely creeped out. I don't know how I would feel about it. I would just want to know. I would just want to know what was being said because I'm nosy. I think I would like abstract it from myself, you know? Hello, Kevin. This is a drawing stream, but it's mostly been a me dating advice stream. Not me giving, receiving. Show your grandma the troll. I can ask her what she thinks. I don't know. Hold on, I have a Discord notification. Oh, it's in the YouTube Discord. Oh. You find it fascinating to see the thought process behind a first text? I mean, I feel like you and a team of psychologists would like to know the thought. And I feel like my explanation is good. I wanted to convey my interest, my quirky personality, and that's it. And the troll emoji did that perfectly. Send the screenshot of the troll emoji to show him how much he has to lose. Do you want this? Thank you, thank you. Something's like flirt. Yeah. And it's weird because like, okay, I read so much like romance novels and stuff. It's kind of like exclusively what I consume just because it's for the same reason. This could be you. For the same reason that I enjoy watching like procedural TV in which it's like, okay, you know what's gonna happen. A problem is presented. Oh my god, he texted back. Okay. Hold on, I need a different song for this. We may all have gotten our hopes up about nothing. He said, "Hey, you too. Thanks for taking notes and being there. If you have any questions or anything about the recording or anything, just let me know. Thank you." With the naughty emoji again. It's basically a proposal. I disagree. I don't think this is the end. It could just be... Excuse me for advertising. Well, I haven't said his name, so haha. He did reply. Yeah, it could just be a way of moving the conversation forward beyond... But still... Dating sim bad end? I will keep you posted, but... Yeah, send in the troll emoji. Now I just feel a little bit silly, but like, are you with me? Like, we didn't... He asked for my number. He walked me out of the podcast. Like, I was like, I gotta go. And he was like, let me go with you. While the other two guys were still talking. He was very nice, and then he gave me a hug before leaving. And like, I'm not crazy, right? Could have been, oh fuck. Okay, I can't come off too strong. I'm just gonna keep this chill and casual, or she'll think I'm weird. Yeah, we wouldn't want that. We wouldn't want anybody to be weird. Is he gay? No, he's not. He kept, this was something that was really funny. He mentioned at one point on the podcast, like, that he like lived with his girlfriend at one point during COVID, and that didn't work out. Is this arm too long? The arm might be too long. But whenever he would talk about women, he would call them gals. I lived with this gal. Or like, he would be like, the gal drummers, or whatever. Maybe this is just my sign to get back on the dating apps in general, because clearly, I don't know, man. problem is I feel like all my pictures are outdated, and I have like a phobia of my picture getting taken. The Pod 4. So I work this summer. I'm doing like social media and marketing for a startup that I met through the business school program that I did. That sounds really official. Basically, I just edit TikToks for them, and then I'm helping produce a podcast. I'm kind of responsible for like sourcing guests, and all the editing and promotion that comes after it. Anyway, it's about like music industry people. So this guy's like a drummer. I live in Nashville, so there's no shortage of them. Not drummers, but musicians. There might be a shortage on drummers. I actually don't know. And so the podcast is just about music industry, like career trajectories, and then any specific advice that people have. Like, because the idea is we're trying to do content-based marketing. So like marketing our startup's product through this podcast, whatever. Yeah, it gives me the ick, but aren't you in Tennessee? So that might explain it. I don't know. I haven't heard it that much, honestly. It doesn't feel like that southern of a thing, but could be wrong. All right, so I'm gonna just take some notes. We're gonna make that like Malekith skull. Should I respond now? Or should I be like, fuck, and should I just wait until I actually, because that's the problem, is like I will have to reach out later with with like questions about whatever's going on. Give it some time, wait until after you're back from your grandmother's. Yeah, it's a good call. My uncle will be there. I'll say, Uncle, what do you think? Yeah, will do. Are you playing any gigs around anytime soon? Yeah, that's a good call. Oh, Webby's gonna be so disappointed in me. Oh, and 404, name not found. Thank you for the follow. And Izzy, thank you for the hydrate. My Diet Coke is not cold anymore. Alright. Well, we got our answer. We have an updated pose. I'm sorry that I streamed for nearly 4.5 hours, promising a drawing, and this is the best I could do. But okay, Izzy, these are very funny, but I can't send any of these. No message that I send will include the winking emoji. Arting is hard, yeah, and I haven't done it in a while. I don't know why I thought I would just be able to rip out like a fully awesome drawing in one stream and talk about everything I've done in the last couple of days. Be confident. Ugh. But I'm not. Like if I were to make a list of like top 3 adjectives I think I am, top 3 adjectives I think I'm not, confident is like number 1. As a fellow artist, I know your pain. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I've always, I don't know. I need to just watch a bunch of speed paints. Those get me really inspired. Send the troll emoji, wait until he's read it, and then delete it and say, holy shit, what was that? Oh my god, did you see that? I hear someone sent it in a DM earlier last year and it didn't work out. All men are dum-dums, need to be reminded that they need actually good people in their lives. Yeah. Alright, well, thank you guys for watching this stream, and thank you for being my emotional therapist today. I'm probably going to be live again in the next couple days. I do have a video coming out tomorrow. If you are a YouTube channel member, you can watch it right now. It is from last week when I played Crusader Kings 2, and I tried to get as many death sounds as possible. Honestly, kind of a weird premise that I struggled making a title and thumbnail for, but I think it's a pretty funny video that I think you should watch. I'll keep you guys posted. If you're in my Discord, I'll let you guys know if there are any amazing updates. If he's like, actually wait, Jillian, don't enter stream. But yeah, I'll see y'all later. Let me see if anybody I know is streaming. I played this game, the sound drug your husband. They're crazy. the Crusader King sound design. Like, there are so many that I didn't even barely like mention or scratch the surface of, because there's literally like a YouTube video of like 12 minutes of Crusader King's death sounds. Okay, I don't particularly want to raid anybody who's live right now. Is anyone on my Discord live? Promotion. Nah. Alright, I'm just gonna end the stream. If any of this you want to catch again, it'll be up on my YouTube channel. My VODs channel, that is. And I'll see y'all later. Okay, bye!